evening, colleagues. It's 9 o'clock. My name is Pumza Makatokuno. I'm the program director of today. Without any waste of time, we are going to start. It's 9 o'clock of the clock. I'm going to request colleagues, everyone who's on the program, to try and stick to time. Without any waste of time, I'm going to call upon Professor Mahano to do for us the official welcome on behalf of the VP, and then Prof, you can also do the setting the context. Thank you, and over to you, Professor Mahano.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makatokuno, our program director of today. For the people not to think that they are talking to AI and a robot, let me just show my face so that they see who is Professor Mahano. I don't know if it's visible. Am I?
Yes, Prof. If you can adjust it a little bit, Prof. Yes, if you can adjust.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. I really appreciate this moment of being with UNISA academics, our students, and also the teachers from Department of Education. Let me apologize on behalf of the acting vice principal, teaching, learning, community engagement, and student support, that is Professor Eunice Siku. So Professor is currently in Bloemfontein. There's a bereavement of her cousin, so they are burying her today. So I just want to convey her blessings towards this launch of Future Minds Boot Camp. So she said she is behind it and supporting every effort. So we want to say we appreciate you, Prof. Seku, where you are, and our deepest condolences. But you gave us a blessing to continue. As they've already explained, I'm Meahabo Daina Mahano, the Executive Director, Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning. And in my team, there are a number of people that are behind this project. I just want to acknowledge them. I will just mention the name of a person who's deputizing this project is Dr. Denzel Chetty. We work very closely, and he's my deputy in this project. And we also have Dr. Makatokuno, Dr. Govenda, Professor Sheila Mpatlele, and many more. So please don't feel offended if I omitted your name. They will see you as we move to different items of the day. In giving the background, when did we start to work with the teachers from DBE? In 2023, on the 3rd of June, we invited the educators or the teachers from Department of Basic Education. 517 teachers came. The Senate Hall was packed, and we didn't even know how we were going to run the day, but we managed on that day. So this was the beginning of the whole concept of bringing 4IR skills to educators, and we made it a point that we call all teachers, irrespective of primary school, secondary school, or high school. Furthermore, in 2024, we invited again the teachers with our stakeholders. Let me acknowledge our stakeholders from Microsoft. Vivian, I saw your name. You joined very early here, and your colleagues and RGB, those who are here to support this project. I really want to say we have achieved a lot as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, together with our partners that are helping us. And DBE teachers again filled the ZK Matthews Hall. We had about 1,000 educators from Gauteng in particular, but others were coming from different provinces. I know those that I know who are part of my students in the master's and doctoral, they came from as far as Mpumalanga to come. And we had a very robust engagement. We had also an academic from University of Northwest who was also a lecturer here at UNISA. We really had robust engagement. They were divided into several groups and we worked the whole day. I think we knocked off around 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. So it was a very engaging day in revolutionizing our classrooms with AI. And the teachers were also explaining the challenges, not only high school teachers, but also teachers from early childhood. They were saying, we feel we are neglected with technology. We want to help. That's when we said, Professor Mpatlele, this is your area. And the COD from UNISA was there. Dr. Pala was there. We said, this is a need. But now this led now to a major rollout of a project that we are now gathering today. Our students, our academics, and also the teachers again from DBE, because it is no longer about working with schools and trying to empower, but all of us, because we train the teachers at UNISA. Now, why Future Minds? Why this project in an AI skills? I'm going just to hit the headlines and not going deep into it. Our traditional classrooms, they must be changed, and we must have an aspect of personalized learning experiences. And also we need to enhance the engagement that facilitates real-time feedback, especially in our assessment. So this is basically how AI is helping us. I'm also learning it because you can see that I was born before technology, but I'm also learning and I'm enjoying the little bit that I know. I feel so proud. And AI tools for students such as text, speech to text, and text to speech tools. This is in particular for students with disabilities. It helps a lot. And because I'm supporting one of the special schools in Jericho, Obert Morris Special School, I know how the students enjoy working on the computers. It is a school for learners with intellectual disability, but when you can see them in the computer room, you really marvel and say and think that really technology can change even the minds and perceptions of the communities out there. And gamify learning. Let us make learning to be fun, from us in higher education and also in basic education. And traditional teaching methods can also be adapted and be changed. So by making use of AI. So I want us to look again at why the launch of Future Minds. This year, we were asked to look at our enrollment at UNISA. There is a serious shortage of getting students who did pure mathematics in the College of Accounting Sciences, in the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, in the College of Science, Engineering and Technology, in the College of Economics and Management Sciences, and also in SEDU, because in SEDU we do train teachers. I'm no longer in SEDU, but I know that in the foundation phase, the enrollment there, we needed people who did mathematics up to matric. So this is a crisis for the country. In 2024, the maths pass rate in South Africa's National Senior Certificate was at 69.1, an increase from 63.5 in 2023. This improvement, however, was accompanied by a significant decrease in the number of students writing mathematics, raising concerns about the overall trend towards the lower participation in core mathematics. Now, why are we focusing on this as the University of South Africa? We need to also look at the declining participation in mathematics and look at the global impact and the national impact if mathematics is no longer a priority in our learning. I belong to the cohort of students that did pure mathematics. During our years, we had pure maths, which comprised of higher grade and standard grade. But the students were not separated in class. All of us would be in one class, do mathematics. Either you will choose to write higher grade or you will choose to write in standard grade. But all the knowledge that the higher grade student received was also received by the standard grade student. So the deviation from pure maths is currently a concern because there are skills that are needed for a person who is doing maths. The critical thinking skills and the creativity and problem solving skills, they're all embedded in mathematics. So let's look at what research is saying. The team's report, that is Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study, and the Pearl's report, Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, findings suggest that South African students' mathematics skills are generally lower compared to their international peers, particularly in primary schools. While there have been some improvements in maths achievement, the rate of improvement has slowed and some learning losses have been observed, especially in poor schools. But now, as mathematics is now a crisis for the country, and we also talked about this during our International Teaching and Learning Conference, which was held here at UNISA from the 5th and 8th of May. We came up with a policy brief. It is currently submitted to MENCOM so that it goes to the two ministers of higher education and basic education to say, hey, we need to do something about our country because we love South Africa and we are here to make a change. If higher education is quiet, then we are not going anywhere. Now, our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Puleng Kabula, challenged us as the teaching and learning portfolio to say we need to establish a math center here at UNISA. But coupled with that, she also came with the 10 catalytic niche areas as her focus in her opening or inaugural speech in 2021 to say we need to expand our territory and have relevant qualifications like marine studies, aviation and aeronautical studies, automotive, energy, space study, and square kilometer array, fourth industrial revolution and digitalization, natural sciences, health studies, medicine, feminist, womanist, study, theorization, student support, and co-curricular activities. With this, coupled with the center that needs to be established. Now, as DTSFL under portfolio teaching and learning, we sat down, we conceptualized this as an engaged scholarship project that will be two-pronged, focusing on learners and focusing on teachers and also our academics playing a critical role, our fourth-year students, masters and honor students playing a critical role in supporting this. Now, we thought we'll start with grade 9, but as we get advice from some of the colleagues within our department and outside, those who are educational specialists, they said, rather go to grade 8. Others said, go to grade 1. We said, for now, let us focus on grade 8. So this program of AI and maybe focusing on math skills, not only maths colleagues, AI is for everybody, whether you teach, let me say, a subject like social studies, history, you are also relevant for AI. It's not only for sciences, STEM and commerce, but it's for everybody, AI. Even for our academics, even if you are in theology, AI is needed. Language, AI is needed. So for the schools who will take only grade 8 to 12, we also spoke to our regional directors to say, When we do this project, it will be two-pronged, but we will also use the regional officer centers when we go face-to-face. All our regional centers in the country. That's where we will meet our learners grade 8 to 12 because we do have capacity. So we are using this hybrid format. We'll start with online lessons and we'll look at how we attract, and all those lessons will be recorded. I work with techno gurus here, and Tate Chetty, Tate Richard Wright, Bu Harpstad, Bu Professor Mpahlele. They will be able to create a site where we store these lessons that are recorded from grade 8 to 12. It will not only be mathematics, although the main goal is maths. It will be accounting, it will be economics, it will be life sciences, it will be agricultural sciences, and yes. So that's the main focus for the schools. We won't go to other subjects at school level, but we'll only focus on accounting. And the aim is that these students, ultimately, some will be attracted to study at UNISA, and we will have some exercises that we do with them. Those who do well, perform well, extremely well, they will get a bursary, not 100%, but they will get a bursary just to start while NEFSAS is preparing how they will be funded. So this is the whole idea, so that students as early as grade 8, they start to love math. So these are the subjects that I've already mentioned here: life sciences, agriculture, physical science, accounting, and economics. They will be there. We'll use our regional centers offices in the provinces for face-to-face support. This will be communicated in due course. We are going to also use our academics, our regional staff, to assist in supporting the schools in their provinces. The basic aim, as I conclude, is that let's motivate maths in our schools and not say we want high pass rates. We force students to leave mathematics. Build a solid foundation in mathematics. We wish we can go to grade R and start to work with the teachers and DBE there. Then we have already scheduled lessons for AI, African Artificial Intelligence, and thanks to the ADOF team. ADOF team is a team led by Dr. Chetty, that is the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub. We really thank them. And this is one of the things that we got from students, learners, in the basic education. I love math because it challenges me. It works my mind in ways other subjects can't. Maths is the foundation of everything. Without maths, there wouldn't be any other subject. This is a perception of a student, just learn adjustment. Then maths in daily life. I think we should transit and move to a level of seeing mathematics in everything that we do. Like what Dr. Esther Mahlangu, the one that we honored with ethnomathematics PhD here at UNISA, the way she crafts the drawings and the art in Isindebele culture. Those angles, they critically, they show that there was a critical mind application, and they are not somehow shabby, but freehand. So that is mathematics in real life. The importance of early intervention in developmental mathematics is crucial, and this is the whole idea. But AI is here. AI is for everybody. AI is for every subject, is for every academic, every educator in basic education and higher education. I just want to welcome all academics here at UNISA, excellent teachers who joined this cold morning. I just say a warm welcome from the Teaching and Learning Portfolio, where we are led by Professor Uniseku. And I say also to the team of DTSFL, the team of ADOF, let us have a very strong, powerful launch of our boot camp, and let the day be enjoyable. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Prof. Marano. Let's give Prof a round of applause, colleagues, and show her some love. I don't see anything happening on the screen. Let me lead by example. Okay, thank you. I'm now going to call upon Dr. Chetty to tell us on AI in education, rethinking the schooling landscape. Dr. Chetty, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Makaro, Program Director. Very good morning to our Executive Director from DTSFL as well, Professor Makano. I see we also have a lot of academics and support staff from UNISA as well, so we thank you for the support, and also to our external colleagues from our partner organizations, and then to all the teachers and the DB as well. It's really a pleasure to have so many of you with us at this particular launch. But also has Professor Makano clearly articulated an intervention that she had planned initially and dreamt about, which is now coming to life as well. So we're really grateful for this opportunity to see so many of you here as part of this initiative, and this very historic day for us as UNISA to also have this strong collaboration with the Department of Basic Education. So good morning with that. Colleagues, my task is literally to set the stage for us, and what I want to talk about is really how do we teach? What is teaching at the edge of tomorrow? And as we start thinking of tomorrow, not as a far distant, but the now, rethinking basic education in the age of artificial intelligence, fourth industrial revolution, and the fifth industrial revolution. And I want to push us a bit out of our comfort zones this morning, because what we're really trying to do is to reimagine what it means to be in a schooling system that prepares our graduates not just for universities and the future of TVET colleges, the future of universities, but also for the future workforce. And this is why I titled this Teaching at the Edge of Tomorrow. If I had to be a bit provocative with my opening comment, I would like to say that we are not preparing learners for the world we grew up in, but for a world we cannot yet fully imagine. If we look at how the learning landscape has progressed, and I mean the first photograph in the bottom, it was beyond my days, but many people talk about working with slates and writing with slates as part of the way we remembered knowledge and transferred knowledge. And after the slates, we went to the chalkboards, where teachers stood at the front of a chalkboard and started to write on chalkboard, beside all the dust and the white dust and the different colors of chalk, but it was a way for us to communicate. And after chalkboard, if you remember those transparencies with those many trying to write on those transparencies with those felt pens, and this was in my days, try to write on those transparencies or print on those transparencies and then have the ink smudging all over, but it was a way for us to communicate. And then we moved on to the not so far future with the projectors, and we see this in many of our centers right now, in some of our schooling systems as well. Projectors with laptops, which in some cases is still something that needs to be done, but it shows you how far we are in terms of our progress. And so we have projectors. And from projectors, we went into smart boards. I mean, there are schools, for example, in Soweto that have smart boards, really technology savvy schools, right? So we moved to smart boards. But it doesn't stop there. The future and imagining tomorrow is where we see virtual reality as part and immersed in our classrooms. Now, this gives you a good idea of the progression of how we see teaching and learning and re-envisioning the teaching scope. But what it tells us is that we must be progressive. We must think of how the technology is reshaping the future landscape in terms of education. Now, a grade 12 learner today will graduate in a world dominated by automation, artificial intelligence, agents, hybrid workspace, and lifelong upskilling. The question is no longer, should we integrate artificial intelligence? I think that we must rethink this. It's no longer a question, even in our education. We should not be talking about, is artificial intelligence relevant? Should we be thinking about artificial intelligence? We should really talk about what kind of human beings are we forming alongside intelligent machines. If we start thinking about that, it means the first thing that we need to admit is that we need to rethink a lot of our education systems in both basic and higher education to prepare for this changing environment. The next thing that I want to say is that we need to understand the technological context. If we look at the fourth industrial revolution, right from the first industrial revolution right to where we are in the fifth industrial revolution, we started around the first industrial revolution with teaching, reading, writing, arithmetic to support industrial work. Learning skills was basically the ability to read and write, which was the norm, right? The second revolution around 1870 brought about the teaching advanced scientific and engineering concepts and understanding basic principles of science, engineering, the mastery of new industrial technologies and machinery. Then the third, and this is where it becomes quite critical for me, the third, fourth, and the fifth. The third industrial revolution around the 1970s, and this is very important, this is 1970s, incorporating computer and digital tools into teaching methods, where we talk about proficiency in using computers and digital resources. Then around 2011, we saw the emergence of the fourth industrial revolution, where we started to look at using data analytics to personalize teaching methods, incorporating Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and other advanced technologies into classroom. We looked at the learning skills of mastering of advanced technology like artificial intelligence and robotics. And then the fifth industrial revolution already hit us, and many of us are still stuck in the third industrial revolution, but facilitating collaborative and experiential learning environments with cobots, chatbots, AI, working effectively with others, including collaborative robots. Now, if we look at this, and if we are honest with ourselves as a country, we are still grappling with this third revolution in many of our schools. But the reality is we can't wait for us to start catching up to the fourth industrial revolution, the fifth industrial revolution. The fifth industrial revolution is already here, and we need to start thinking of a confluence of the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions, moving beyond these and merging this so that we quickly catch up as an African continent in South Africa with these revolutions. What this means is, and this picture on the left hand side, on the right hand side of your screen is Luazi, our UNISA robot, semi-humanoid robot, and we've already started engaging with students with these type of technologies. But when we start thinking of the fourth industrial revolution, we're really thinking about cyber physical systems, automation, big data, Internet of Things, robotics, machine learning, right? In general, a country that is already up to date with these things stands at an advantage with its students and graduates. The reality is we still playing catch up with many of these developments. The fifth industrial revolution, which means human-centric artificial intelligence, ethics, empathy, creative and collaboration between human beings and machines. South Africa is uniquely placed to leapfrog education inequities using tech, but only if we rethink the classroom. And this is why it is so critical for us. We need to rethink the classroom. I know through many of our sessions that we had with teachers over the past years, you raised many questions, and from infrastructure to access to policies to political will, these are critical issues and we don't take it for granted. But the reality is we need to prepare students for a university that is technology driven, and universities need to produce graduates for a workplace. If we cannot start thinking about at the basic school of what those competencies are needed for a first year student at the university, many of our first year students would enter university already at a disadvantage. So it really means rethinking our curriculum, rethinking our teaching practices. And this is where we are moving to, as Professor Makano earlier alluded to, is thinking of how can artificial intelligence close the digital divide in terms of what we have in the schools, but also address one of our crises in terms of basic math skills and in terms of our schooling system. Now, who is the future grade 12 learner? We must design learning for our students who are becoming not just who they are now, becoming, and I think that's an important point for us. What are our students becoming, not just where we are now? Our future grade 12 learners are digital natives. They are fluent in mobile apps, but not necessarily in critical thinking. You look at a grade 12 student, they are social media influencers. They can navigate social media better than many of us on this chair, on the session. I mean, some of these, if we look at some of the trends in the US, for example, they leave the schooling system to make money on these social media platforms. They know and have mastered the social media platforms. Even in our own context, we see this. But the critical skills that is lacking is an important point for us. And we need to think about how do we bring technology and build that critical skills. We must be equipped with futuristic literacies. Now, we're not talking about basic digital literacy. We're not talking about computer literacy. If you looked at the earlier the schedule that I had, the time period, basic literacy, digital literacy is a third revolution skill. We're talking about future literacy, such as AI fluency, not literacy. AI fluency means easily able to adapt to the space. Literacy, ethical reasoning, and digital creativity. They need to thrive in an education system that promotes self-directed learning, adaptability, and curiosity. This is the type of future graduates, grade 12 students that we're looking at that exiting the system, right? Now, what does it mean in terms of disruption of traditional teaching and learning? Firstly, and I want to say this invocally, that AI is not replacing teachers. There is no way that an AI can replace a teacher. A teacher has a life experience of bringing in a human interaction with a student that is personalized and is much needed in our environment, especially in our South African context. We cannot divorce our human capacities of linking up with students in a personal way. So thinking that AI can replace a teacher needs to be removed from the discussions, right? But it does replace the traditional teaching methods, which means we need to reskill ourselves. We need to rethink, and this is why these initiatives are so important for us. Secondly, AI as a tutor. The one thing that we know in our South African context is those students who can afford personalized tutoring in the school system benefits, right? They get the skills. Unfortunately, not all our parents in our school system can afford tutoring. It's expensive. But if we start thinking of AI-enabled personalized learning at a scale, it means we can start bringing in personalized tutors for our students. Imagine your student in your class, whether it's a quintile 1, 2, or 3 school, having the same ability to have a personalized artificial intelligence tutor as a school that is in the is a much more advanced private school. That's what we need to start thinking about, closing that knowledge gaps and providing support to our students. AI as an assistant, you know, in many of our schools that are more better off, you have teaching assistants. Some of our schools are struggling with 50, 60 students in a class, and that's the reality of our country. But what happens if we can start using AI as an assistant to help with grading, curriculum design, language support, and content generation? It means we can start closing that gap in terms of student numbers, student ratio with teachers, right? Now, as a learning partner, AI encourages inquiry-based learning, problem solving, and gamification. As Prof. Makano mentioned earlier, gamification is critical for us. It is a skill in which our students are coming into the schooling system already acquired through many of their exposure to gaming systems. Teachers must shift from knowledge delivery to knowledge facilitation and mentoring. And that's the kind of shift that we need in this technology era. Now, what are the challenges and ethical concerns? A future-ready education must not ignore the digital divides and dilemmas. We're not saying that. We're not saying, let's be unrealistic. Let's just think of AI. And we're saying, listen, there are issues in our society. There are issues of access. There are issues of connectivity that we must deal with. But in the same breath, we cannot afford our students to come out of school and universities without the digital competencies that gives them a competitive edge in both the labor market and their own workplaces. So what we need to think about is that if we have this digital device, what are the low tech that we can bring in to start closing those gaps, rethinking contextualized technology, adaptability, and application in our context. Access to devices, internet, and digital literacy is still unequal across the South Africa. And this is why we have partnered with companies such as Microsoft, etc., Scatco, and the rest of them to start thinking of how we close this divide and provide access. We must teach students to be critically engaged with AI. We're not saying, and I want to say this very, very strongly, we're not saying artificial intelligence must be accepted as is. We're saying we are preparing teachers, we are preparing students to critically engage with artificial intelligence. There are issues with AI, we know that, and we're aware of those concerns. What we are saying is let's have a critical competency to engage with artificial intelligence. The goal is not just digital access, but digital dignity and digital resilience. What must change in our schools? The classroom of the future must be reimagined now. We cannot wait for tomorrow. We cannot wait for our students to come into the high school. We must start reimagining the school now. We must shift from rote memorization to project-based collaborative inquiry-led learning. The artificial intelligence age challenges us in terms of simply regurgitation of information. We must integrate AI tools into lesson planning and assessment strategies. We must introduce AI literacy and computational thinking. Now, this for me is very important. If we look at some of the more advanced countries like China and the rest of them, they are already introducing AI literacy and computational thinking to children at a young age. If we don't do this, Africa and South Africa will always be behind in terms of development, and we can no longer afford this. Our schooling system must start equipping our students for the global context. Teachers must be trained as digital pedagogues and not just content specialists. And I think this is where Prof. Makano, Dr. Makata Kuno, Prof. Mpashlele, and the rest of the colleagues come in, because they are experts in rethinking pedagogical practices in this space, together with many of our academics that we see as well. Now, reimagining the role of the teacher. Teachers are no longer the gatekeepers of knowledge, but the designers of learning experiences. And I want to stress this, is that this is also challenge us in the higher education space as well, is when a student is now introduced to artificial intelligence or a mass database, we lose that privilege of being the gatekeeper of knowledge, because now students have knowledge at their fingertips. What it means is we need to design the learning experiences to facilitate that knowledge, right? We need to embrace AI as a teaching assistant and not as a threat. We need to lead learners into ethical, critical, and creative uses of technology, and South African teachers must shape the character and curiosity of tomorrow's leaders. Now, the last two slides, global examples of AI integration in schools. If we look at, so let me bring some of these examples out for us so we see what's happening in the rest of the world. The global, led by the EU, European Union, and OECD, they have a AI literature framework that aims to make AI literacy a core skill, much like reading or maths, right? Now think, for example, we have a maths crisis. Maths is a core skill in Europe. We need to think about how do we bring AI together with maths and make it a core skill for our students to address our crisis. If the rest of the world is thinking this, and this is why this particular initiative in launch today is groundbreaking, because despite the fact that we have a socio-economic crisis, issues of access, issues of device and connectivity, we are bringing in AI with mathematics subjects, AI with the rest of it. So no longer are we sitting in a dark age. We are saying, and this is why this initiative with UNISA and DB is actually saying, we must think how the world is moving and start picking up the pace of South African education system. This particular looks at AI as core skill, developed with the support of Code.org, and this is why we are partnering with industry and the rest of them to focus on equity, access, and real problems, and would influence future global assessments like PISA, right? Now, this initiative is quite good because it actually shows you where European Union and the rest of them is going, and how we in South Africa also have the potential to bring in a broader impact, not just in South Africa, in Africa. And I think the spark has now ignited in South Africa with today's session. We must also think about what does the role of us mean now beyond South Africa and making the rest of the continent into this particular area as well. Now, you saw European Union. But let's not just stay there. Let's look at the other aspects in the global south. Brazil, right? Now, when you think of Brazil, we can see a lot of comparative examples with our own context, right? But Brazil started a literacy improvement program. They're using AI-driven feedback tools to help students improve writing and comprehension. Now, we know in higher education that many of our academics that are here will tell you that our reading levels and our comprehension levels of students in first year is not up to standard. But if we can start driving AI-driven feedback tools for writing and comprehension and deploy this in schools across the country, just like Brazil is doing, it means that we can now start thinking of the competencies that we want for our students. Now, I was intentional with using Brazil because you see, many of us think that development comes from the global north. This is global south. Brazil is our sister country, which means if Brazil can do it, we can do it, right? And then the third one is Finland's AI curriculum. Finland put in an AI curriculum for primary and secondary schools. There are elements of AI, and they worked with the university to teach foundational AI concepts and ethics to all students. That's the kind of future that we need to envisage for our students. This is the type of education that we must start thinking for our students. And my last quote, Alan Kay said this, the best way to predict the future is to invent it. If we can invent the South Africa that we want tomorrow, now with our students in school, it means we will not just be tapping, and this is why it's critical for me, you will not just be shaping your school students, you will be shaping future graduates for universities across the country, and you will be shaping future leaders for corporate companies, for CEO positions, and this is where we can rethink the space. With that said, thank you so much, Program Director, and let me hand over back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chetty. Let's give Dr. Chetty a round of applause and let's show him some love. And I'm going now to take Ndate Richard Wright and David Harpestad, who would be engaging us on an activity. That's a competition Introduction to AI and Prompt Engineering. You have 30 minutes. Richard and David, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Program Director. So we posted in the chat a activity. Please complete it, and you will be able to win one of two of the mugs that we are giving away. These are very nice, actually, for to keep your coffee warm, especially now as we're going into winter. So please click on the link in the chat, or you can type in the URL that's on the screen at the moment. Just remember, if you are on YouTube, if you type in the URL, it is case sensitive. So just have a look out for the DT that needs to be uppercase within the URL. But without too much further ado, while you are completing the activity, remember this is a question based, so open up the form. You just type in your answer to the question, and we will actually have AI selecting the winner today. So luckily you can't hold us accountable if you feel you should have won. We will just blame it on the AI technology. But let me get my presentation up for the next session. I'm also going to release a poll, so let me just quickly do that as well. Please let us know in the poll that's going to pop up if you have used AI technology before. This is just a yes or no or maybe. And then just to give an idea of, where do you stand with AI technology? So we're going to be doing the introduction to what is AI and specifically prompting. So please let us know in the chat as well. I know it's a lot coming at you to type all over the space. Hopefully you are using some AI technology to help you out. But let us know, what do you understand under prompt engineering and or specifically AI prompting? So I'll leave the chat open. I'll have a look as we go along. What is your responses? I see 20 responses already. Everybody is yes, yes. AI took over the world, basically. Oh, there is one that says no. So, okay, you've got a whole world of experience still coming to you. Now, I like these quotes from what is AI and what is the impact it's going to have on the world. And, well, basically, as they say, it's like rediscovering electricity again. I also like last year, they actually had at the conference where a professional said in the next 20 years, we're going to see the same advancements as we saw in the last 2,000 years with the help of AI technology. And I think that is, quite a strong statement. And we're already seeing a lot of changes happening with AI technology. Unfortunately, as well, we are seeing some of the first waves of job losses, especially, very admin-related jobs, but it's also creating a lot of opportunity. And that's where I really want to emphasize it is AI is not going to replace your job, but it's the person that knows how to use AI. And that's why it's so important for us to, how can I say, start using AI, but use it specifically in our, how can I say, our career, in our job application, as you as a teacher, see how you can use it within your classroom, because that's going to make you, how can I say, the professional for the future. Now, when we start with AI, you might hear quite a lot of technical concepts like machine learning, generative AI, neural networks, deep learning. And I really, you will hear these terms, but remember for us as the end user, you don't necessarily need to understand these terms, but just know you will hear about them when you start using AI. Now, just to really, how can I say, help you out. Basically, everything that AI is falls still under statistics. Statistical analysis. Statistics analysis started with machine learning, where they used big data. You would remember 10 years ago, that was the big term everybody used. you have to have big data to really get information. And that's when we saw Google really coming, pioneering all of these voice assistants already. But now we're actually working more towards generative AI, and that's with neural networks, where they actually don't have a function necessarily or a algorithm that they derive from big data. This is basically just throwing in a lot of big data into a model that's being trained, and it actually decides on itself what is the parameters it does. Once they found that this is useful, they start using it. Very scarily, AI is still actually a very big black box in the one end. Nobody knows exactly how it works inside. The concept for the last 2 years was now it predicts the next word. But now it actually came out is it's actually thinking, or how can I say, uh, how can I, before it actually starts predicting the next word, it's actually analyzing the information and deciding on which route to go. So in that frontier, this is a very new technology. Not even the professionals know yet how it works exactly. So there's a lot to discover in this term. Now, when we come to generative AI, um, it's basically AI that creates something. So we've got a lot of, how can I say, it actually creates new content. Was a big debate in the beginning. Is it like a search engine? It just gives me some results based on what I'm typing in. Actually, it's a very big model with a lot of parameters. So every time you type something in, you ask it something, it actually creates new content for you. And that's why prompting, the way of asking the question for AI, is so important, because depending on your prompt, that's the quality of output you will get. A lot of people will say, for instance, oh, AI doesn't work. It just gives me nonsense on the one end. But then you actually go have a look, how do they actually ask the AI a question? And then suddenly you realize, wait, you're not asking it correctly. They're not prompting the AI correctly. And that's what we're going to just touch on in this presentation, is how do you actually start off prompting the AI correctly so it can actually be a useful tool. So just to quickly touch on it. So AI, generative AI, uses neural networks. It's trained on neural networks through deep learning. There's actually quite a few types of AI already. One is GANs. GANs is mostly used for creating images and music and things like that, where transformer models are more text-based. That's your ChatGPT, Copilot, WhatsApp Meta that you use. And remember, how can I say, so when you actually prompt a AI, these days they're all within one interface, but it's actually different AI tools being used in the backend. So you won't necessarily, you don't, how can I say, interact with one AI. It's actually different models, and it gets redirected depending on what your question is. Now, I think actually AI had the biggest impact so far on education. And, it comes with benefits and also some negatives. So, one of the benefits that it's already giving students is personalized learning. They can ask questions, they can get instant feedback. Even you, if you're researching a topic, you ask it about, a topic, you get feedback, you build up that way. It's a back and forth conversation. On the other hand, it's also got a negative where students can just copy in a question, write the essay for me on this topic, and it gives them a essay for that. So that's where we have to really rethink on how we do assessments, how we teach students to use AI. Obviously, it's very good at content creation, images, music, text specifically. And what's always nice about it is instant feedback. So if students are taught to use it as a tutor from the beginning, it gives them that instant feedback that they need when they need it, depending on their study times. So just a quick note, the types of generative AI tools that we're talking about, you get the ChatGPTs, so that's the Copilots, the Metas, everything that you type in. You've got image generators, the DALL-E and Midjourney, and then music generators or voice generators as well. Google recently, in the last week, actually released a video, how can I say, making method where it actually have the video and the audio. So it's already transcribed for you as well. And so that just shows you how fast this technology is going. 2 weeks ago, we only had where you can make 3-second videos, and we all thought that was amazing. And the last week, you can actually make a video with audio already with it. Now, some of the most popular generative AI models that we will also have a look at is Gemini by Google, Microsoft Copilot, and then also OpenAI ChatGPT. Now, we are going to talk about this a little bit later, specifically Microsoft Copilot, when Microsoft is going to be presenting, because all of you actually have access to Microsoft Copilot in a how can I say, a personal account form, but also in a, how can I say, a tenant form where all the schools actually already have licenses. So that's actually very exciting because you get access to so many additional features on the enterprise level of ChatGPT, Copilot, and we will discuss that later, how you actually get access to that. Now, one thing that comes with AI specifically in education is how do we actually use this responsibly? What are the ethical considerations that we have to take into account? Now, one thing specifically is academic integrity. You still want to produce original work. It mustn't just be copy and paste from the AI, asking a question, getting the feedback, just using that. It's a back and forth conversation that you need to have with the AI, where you actually build on top of what your, how can I say, you want to create. It's still you, in the end, putting out this knowledge. Another thing to also consider is data privacy. A lot of people are using the free versions of AI, but if you actually go read the terms and conditions, it actually uses all that data to train the next models on. So what you put into these models will eventually in the future perhaps be used for training. So just consider that. And that's why you would want to use, for instance, Copilot in the enterprise form, because that data is safe. It's with, kept, how can I say, private, because it's within the institution. Well, if you use even a Copilot that's freely available on your personal account, if you're not paying for the service, they are going to use it to train future models. And I think a big one, especially for us in South Africa, the global South, is bias. A lot of the information that's been trained on was not generated by us. It was generated by mostly northern countries, Asia, America, Europe, those type of places. So that already comes with a type of perspective, I can say. And this is where prompting skills really comes into play as well, because you can easily change that perspective of the AI to a more contextualized view, a view that we share within our country. So just remember, if you just plainly type in a prompt, it already comes with a program point of view, and we actually wanted to have the point of view of what we share, our morals, our outlooks, all of that within our perspective. Now, AI also has some concerns on dependence of technology. Once you start using AI, you want to use it for everything. But remember, that's where you start losing your skills. If you're going to rely on AI to do everything for you, soon you will lose that skill, that critical thinking, that creativity, because you will basically just prompt it and it will give you information, you'll use that. So that's why, especially when you use prompting, as I mentioned, it should be a back and forth conversation. It should be you guiding it and not just you following what the technology is giving you. Now, also right of use, when you use online tools, for instance, Suno to perhaps make songs for your classroom, or you create images, always just make sure what are the terms and conditions of the AI you are using. You know, may you actually freely share that? Are you the owner of what it produces? Or do they have within their terms and conditions perhaps that they still maintain ownership of it? So it's just something also to consider when using the AI tools. Now, as we mentioned, one of the big things is how do we ensure AI remains supportive is ask questions. Remember, you should use it as a guidance. So you are prompted, you get feedback, you're prompted to take a different view, or you dive into a further deeper into a topic. It should be an assistive technology. So that's why also it's always good to consider, limiting your AI usage, not to become over reliant on AI where you don't have a personality almost anymore. It's just the AI feedback basically that you give to everybody. And still, it gives you a lot of information, but reflect on what it gives you. Really delve into what it's saying. Is it true? Is it accurate? Is it aligned with your view? And that's where, assessing credibility of AI-generated information is so important. That's why we still have libraries. We've got these real sources of truth, you can almost say, that's been academically provided, that's been reviewed, because you want to make sure the information is true. A lot of the information it gives you can sometimes, it can make up, it hallucinates. It can make up whole histories for you, basically. So always still, when you prompt it, it gives you output, know how to cross-check the information, but to make sure that it is accurate. And as we mentioned, be aware of the bias that comes with it already. It's already got a viewpoint built into it. So it's up to you to change that viewpoint, to give it a different role, to actually get the correct perspective that you are looking for. So yes, always ask yourself, when you're using AI, is the data accurate by cross-referencing? Is it relevant to what you actually want to give? Remember, it's got a lot of information about a lot of topics, so it can very easily go off topic, include things that, that's not actually to do with what you are interested in. And then also really consider what is its scope of knowledge. Remember, these models are trained on a vast amount of data. It takes a lot of time. It takes about 3 or 4 months to train one model. And so obviously they have to cut off, the training material. So for instance, the ChatGPTs, the AIs that we're using now, was the most up-to-date one only has knowledge up to October last year. So you can imagine everything that happened in the news, everything that was discovered in the world in the last 8 months, it's got no knowledge of. So know what is the scope of knowledge. Also, does it actually have enough knowledge on your subject? For instance, if you're doing mathematics or you're doing science, was it actually trained on enough material in that topic to actually give you good results? And this is a very big one. For instance, Google is working currently on a model specifically for doctors to help them diagnose patients. So that means basically ChatGPT does not necessarily have that information, doesn't have that knowledge. So know what it's been trained on and also what was the cutoff date of the knowledge. So I've got this scenario over here. So please also answer in the chat if you're following along. This is a good way to decide when it's safe to use AI technology. So I've got here one. Imagine you are preparing materials for a professional development workshop on inclusive education. you have limited time to gather resources, and you consider using AI text generator to draft sections of your handouts or slides. So if we could dive into this, the workshop addresses sensitive issues like equity and diverse learning needs. So actually, accuracy and cultural relevance is paramount. So this needs to be true and it needs to be sensitive. You wonder whether AI can provide balanced information quickly, or if you might overlook important local context and lived experiences of educators and learners. So this is a very, how can I say, you're preparing for a workshop, it's on a topic, it's quite sensitive. Now you need to decide whether you're going to use AI or not. So you start off, does it matter if the output is true? I would say in this case, definitely it's a yes. But remember, if it's a no, if it's a creative thing that you need to create, that's basically very easy. You can be, AI can be very creative, even with its hallucinations. But in this case, it's yes. So it's not an immediate no. It's going to, then you have to really think about, do you have the expertise to verify that the output is accurate? So if I imagine now the scenario, if somebody asks you to do a workshop on this topic, you should have quite a lot of knowledge already. So yeah, this will be a yes, perhaps in this sense. But remember, if you don't have the knowledge of what you're presenting, it's not safe to use AI. If you can't verify the information that you're putting out, it's not safe. Rather go the long route, research, still learn the topic, and then write about it. But since this person has now has the knowledge, it can be yes. And this brings us then to the last step, and this is the most important ones, especially in education. Are you willing to take responsibility for any inaccuracies? Remember, we write papers, we write articles, you are teaching students, kids, basically, information. Are you willing to take responsibility for what you are teaching them from this AI-generated information? And that's where it really comes down to you making a decision. Do you have the required skills or the knowledge to make sure everything is correct? So yes, using AI for teaching and learning is a great method. We'll actually come back to this again. One of the things you can use it is for lessons enhancers. We basically ask you to do a lesson plan, perhaps add some additional activities. What's very nice in our context is language support. It's so easy to ask it, give it to me in a different language, depending on what your group of students are, to, give it to them in a very explanatory way so they can actually grasp the concepts very quickly. Students can even use it as an interactive Q&A, where you actually create activities and they ask questions to the AI that you have already determined, and that will actually deepen their understanding about a topic. And then you can also gamify things very quickly. It's so good at creating, interactive games, or, just playing things, quizzes, cards, games that you can actually create and use in your classroom. Obviously, it's very good for resource generation. If you have this old topic, you've been teaching it for years and you want to just spice it up, feed in the old knowledge and let it create something new for you. As we mentioned, student collaboration, where they actually do use it as a Q&A, make AI as a group work, another person within that group. So the group actually asks the AI as part of their discussion about a topic. So now you don't just have, 4 kids, discussing amongst themselves. They've actually got a fifth one, that's the AI giving its input as well. So now already the kids will have their own opinions, different opinions, and they will also then see what is the output being given, what are the different perspectives of a certain topic. So when you start working with your AI prompting, it's very good to have a clear goal. What do you want to do? What is the outcome that you desire? Is it essay? Is it a document, a lesson plan? Is it a quiz? So the goal should be very clearly stated. Also state what should the return format be? Should it be in the essay type? Should it be point form? What is the output you are looking for? Now, also always include, for instance, if it's known for AI to perhaps spec the stakes on the topic, some warnings. Don't hallucinate. Don't mention this. This is be very specific on what you want the topic to be about. And then context. Context is all the information you add to it. So it can be documents that you upload. It can be books that you even upload to it. And that really gives it the context to make the correct decision. So, for instance, the goal, just the example might be, for instance, provide strategies for managing virtual classroom disruptions. Return format might be, for instance, the bullet point. You're very specific. It can be a list or bullet point or paragraph. State in your prompt when you actually write it what format you want. Some warnings, avoiding some, I was going to say overly technical or certain subjects that might be confused with this topic that you're looking for. So, and context might be simply stating where you are, for instance, what part of the country you are, and it can also be you actually uploading perhaps the regulations within your area or some lessons plans that you have, something that it can work with, so it knows what context it's working in, so it can give you very unique information regarding your area. And remember, as we mentioned a few times through this, it's a back and forth. It's not a prompt and you get an output, you use that. Make it a back and forth conversation. Sometimes it might go off topic, then it's better to start with a new topic, but use it as an iterative. Use the first results it gives you to see where it's going and you delve in deeper. So, get the first result, ask it a follow-up question, and then start diving deeper into a specific area. So it really has then the context that you build up to really give you good results. Yeah, so remember, AI is very good for administrative tasks. We all probably don't like doing reports and, your weekly reports, monthly reports, lesson plans, very mundane administrative tasks. And this is where AI can really help you to be productive, so you can actually focus more on your students, on your that you're looking or that you're teaching, to really help them out. It's really good with administrative tasks, because remember, the most important output is still what you are teaching kids, and this will help you spend more time on that output. So just some general prompting tips is, state your objective clearly. Be very concise on what you need. Sometimes some AIs are very talkative. You want to keep it on topic, because else you just fill up that context window with a lot of information and it starts giving you inaccuracies. So also use very action-oriented language. So provide this, create this, list this topic. And as you start a prompt, your initial prompt, if from the initial prompt it might go off topic already, then you notice something you have to change. It's better to start a new chat. Don't try and get it back onto the topic that you initiated, because it will just dive deeper into that. Remember, each prompt that you do is new, unique, and so it basically takes everything you said previously into context as well. So if you have a long discussion, it has to feed in all that information, but maybe that was actually off topic and now it's completely confused. So just a quick one, also prompt format guide. Be instructional. You can also be creative. It can be analytical. and also administrative. And the last demo I just want to show you quickly is what I really like about AI is it can actually show you or teach subjects on different learning levels. So for instance, here on my screen, I've got explain photosynthesis like I'm a 5-year-old, and it will actually give me a very, how can I say, graphical explanation on how this is actually used. So it uses, for instance, imagine plants. So it's very visual. Now I can actually ask it, for instance, so I've got this visual image of it. You can use it in your classroom, where you ask it to explain something on a very basic level. And then you also ask it then later, now explain to me photosynthesis at, like I am an academic. Now I would always say,
Please,
you do it
please
first,
wrap up, Richard. So,
Yes.
sorry, Richard, I'm giving you 2 to 3 minutes to wrap up. That is why
Yes.
I'm showing my face. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So yes, so now suddenly you see from a very visual way, now it starts using academic language. Now you can imagine this, how useful this can be in the classroom. I see the Zulu AI. Let's see if we can actually translate this. Please, let's say, let me do that one again. There we go. We post this like a 5-year-old in Zulu. So, Derek Moore, you can let me know if this translation is good. But just like that, it translates it for you immediately. This is one of the areas where it's really groundbreaking, especially for us in a country that's got so many languages, is now we can teach people in their home language. Even though they'll be still assessed within, say, English, we can explain the topics in home language. And I think that's the most important thing that's coming out of this. And I think the impact this will have on future generations of our country is going to be massive. So yes, there might still be some inaccuracies, but we've actually done this quite a lot. A lot of people using it for a translation tool, and they say it's actually very good. You still understand what it's trying to say, even though there might be some inaccuracies. So with that, everybody, please go and explore prompting. It's a fascinating topic. We're going to have still a lot of workshops on it where we dive deeper into this. We actually become a very skilled prompt engineer at the end. So please have a look up when these classes become available. This is a very exciting topic, a new frontier for all of us, and we're learning from each other. And I hope to see you in future sessions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Let's give Richard a big round of applause, colleagues, and let's show him some love. And on that note, I'm going to call upon P. Osmond on the game-based learning in education. Osmond, when you see my face, we have 30 minutes to do that. When you see my face, you must know that I'm saying you have 3 to 4 minutes to wrap up. Thank you, and over to you.
Hi, good morning. Richard, my camera is not working.
We can see you, Vivian.
Okay, great. All right. My name is Vivian Ladner, and I am our company's AI skills lead, running a program with Microsoft at this moment, to potentially help upskill 1 million people in South Africa. And I'd like to also introduce you to Paige Osmond, who's our AI skills education consultant. And yes, she's a school teacher, busy doing her honors in special and inclusive education. And she'll talk a little bit about that just now as well. And thank you very much to the UNISA team for inviting us. I think, we really enjoy these sessions that we do with you as strategic partners. Let me just go big screen here. There we go. And you know, as I was saying, Microsoft is on this big mission to upskill 1 million people over the next 2 or 3 years in South Africa. And there was a very big investment made in South Africa in the beginning of March of about 5.4 billion rand for an AI data region and to enhance people's AI skills in the country, naturally using the Microsoft technologies, right? And this AI data region, what that means is that all the AI work that we're doing in South Africa, and Richard touched on it earlier about, you know, your data presence. You are creating all of this AI stuff. Where is it going to sit? Is it going to sit in America or in China or wherever? Luckily for us in South Africa, our AI data that we're creating using all of these Microsoft tools sits in South Africa, so complying to things like the POPI Act. And just before we move on, you know, we've been talking about Copilot, and some of you might go, what the heck is all of this about? Microsoft Copilot is your AI companion that you have, and it is actually free, and I'll show you a little bit about that as we carry on. There's a free component and there is a paid for component, but everybody who has a cell phone, everybody who has a laptop, or a tablet or a computer, you should, and you have a Microsoft license, whether it be your free Outlook license or your paid for institution license, and we'll discuss the licensing now, you have access to Microsoft Copilot because it sits in your Edge browser at the top right-hand corner. There's this beautiful pink and blue and yellow little swirl, and that is your Microsoft Copilot that you can use for free. Now, just before we go on, a lot of you, and I've been checking in the chat and so forth, you know, it's amazing to see the fantastic work that the teachers are already doing and creating using AI tools. And we want to encourage this even further. And Paige is going to take you through some really awesome stuff with regards to that. Every single province in South Africa has a Microsoft school agreement in place, which means the Provincial Department of Education has purchased Microsoft licensing for all the teachers, and with that comes the licensing for the students in that specific province. And for you to access your Microsoft 365 A3 licensing, you need to go to your provincial and your district e-learning coordinators. They know the team at the provincial level and the DBE level that will be assigned to come and do installations at your school. Yes, you have to have internet connectivity. Yes, you have to have devices for your teachers or for your staff in the front offices. And potentially, yes, if you are doing things like CAT or IT, or if you're a center of specialization or something like that, computers that are available for the students to use. The computers for the students is not necessary in all of the schools. You know, earlier on, Prof. Mahana touched on it, that if you have a data projector, you're already a step closer. Which is a good thing, because you can then start, you know, using these wonderful AI tools. Because if you have a projector, you have a computer that's attaching to it. I know there was a teacher in the Eastern Cape during COVID that actually used her cell phone, and she bought one of these little mini projectors. I think they were going on Takealot at the time for about 2,000 Rand or something like that. She bought a mini projector, and that's what she was using to teach her students with. And literally, she had it attached to a car battery that she had got, just to give you know, power to the projector as well. So we do see teachers overcoming obstacles when they don't have access to technology, on how creative they can become. So with regards to your Microsoft 365 licensing, you get access to all the Microsoft tools, like you would know your Word, your Excel, your PowerPoint. It's so many more tools as well. You also get access to your cloud storage. Excuse me. That you can store all of these wonderful lessons and things that you are creating in the cloud. Now, when it comes to, and I just quickly want to shift gears here, I just want to show you quickly. We've gone and created, with the help of a company called Dr. C.L. Smith, we've gone and gotten SACE accreditation on some of the courses that we are going to be talking about today. So yes, you will get SACE points, and I know all the teachers are putting their hands up here and saying, thank goodness. So these are courses that we actually host with institutions or with schools. So we have what we call the 21st Century Learning and Design, and this fits in 100% with this discussion that we're having today around AI. How do you turn that classroom around and change the way that you're teaching? And Prof. Mokgano again said, you know, this needs to start happening where the teachers are being taught in university how to change things up when they go into the classroom. We've also gone and had an amazing program called Microsoft Reading Coach, SACE accredited. And this again, if a student has a cell phone, you then, the student can access their piece that they have to read, and Paige will touch on this, then it instantly helps you mark it and so forth as well. And I know there were a lot of questions in Afrikaans. Currently, it is for English reading. I know they are busy working on Zulu and Afrikaans for South Africa as well. And then leading into where Paige is going to be kicking off, and part of your Microsoft 365 license, that if you don't have it or you will be getting it from your district, it includes Minecraft education, which is games-based learning application. And we take this application and we help teachers incorporate it into their everyday lessons. And you can literally use it for any lesson. We have a Zulu teacher in Reimsig that's using it to teach Zulu. We have history teachers that are using it to teach various things in history. We have maths teachers for the science teachers. You know, this conversation we're having touches on the agricultural side. You can go and teach agriculture in Minecraft as well. And it's not that you as the teacher have to become this expert in it, because 90% of the students will tell you, oh no, we've got this, we know how to do it. So you just have to give them the outcome, and they will then go and create what is needed for you to actually mark the progress of that student. And with that said, we've also gone and done SACE accreditation for the Minecraft 101. So teaching you as a teacher on how to use Minecraft and how to create these inspiring and creative lessons. And then I know a lot of you are on this Minecraft or on the coding journey, that you have to bring coding into the school, and you have to start teaching coding and so forth. And Minecraft also has what we call block coding, so drag and drop coding. And I see Maputi is on the call here as well, and Maputi can definitely attest to this. She is one of our Microsoft Innovative Educator Fellows, and has been one, I think, 6 years now, Maputi, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations on that. And you're more than welcome to reach out to her as well for further information around Minecraft and using it in the education space. So without further ado, I want to hand over to Paige. Paige, and I'll change the slides for you. If there's any questions around licensing, please, I'm not going to be able to view it as Paige carries on, but you can just put it in the chat and I'll pick it up off my cell phone. But I want to introduce you to Paige, and like I said, she's doing her honors at the moment in inclusive education, you know, we are very, very honored to have her here. We've gone and created a website called the AI Skills Navigator, and Paige will stick this in the chat for us, where we have created Minecraft escape rooms. And one of our escape rooms is to actually teach AI literacy. And this is part of this Microsoft project of upskilling 1 million people. And the AI literacy has lesson plans, it has the lesson guide, it's got a walkthrough to explain to you as a teacher what the student is supposed to achieve during the lesson. And then the PowerPoint and as well access to download. We will share our email contact details after this, that you can email us directly if you want to gain access to the stuff or need any help accordingly. We've also created a cybersecurity escape room, which again has AI components included and so forth. And then for the coding and robotics component, again, or the coding component, we've created a computer science escape room based on rhino conservation and anti-poaching, which again aligns to the curriculum. And Paige's teacher mode came out big style doing all of this. And if any of you are on the Zabuza.net platform, the community platform, you'll find all of this information on the Zabuza.net platform. They are one of our strategic partners as well. But without further ado, I'm going to just close that so that I can hand you over to Paige to take you through games-based learning using Minecraft. Thank you very much, Paige. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. It's very exciting to be here. It's a bit intimidating seeing how many people are online, but you know, let's do this. Let's all learn together. You know, lifelong learning is a thing, and we've got to do that. In the chat, have just like Vivian asked, put the AI Skills Navigator online, just the little website, as well as the link for Zabuza.net. But I've also posted just a little bingo chart as a fun little thing to make sure that we're all paying attention, because I mean we have to pay attention all week in class. So this might just be, you know, a little bit of a mental exercise, and just listen out for the words that we are doing. I'm going to try share my screen, Vivian, if that's okay. Or are you happy to? Okay, cool. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Yes, can we see it?
Yes, Paige, you can.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, yes, Paige. Yeah, there we go.
Awesome. So, my presenter notes aren't showing. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry. This views presenter view. Okay, well, we'll just go with this then. Why is it? There we go. Great. So as Vivian said, I'll be taking you through some game-based learning in education. And what I want you to think about as we kind of go through this is think about the worst subject you had to do in school. And now I know as a teacher, we should not be saying that, but we all had that one subject. And I would like to implore you to think about how different would that subject have been if it was taught through games, right? So game-based learning is basically teaching lessons in a fun way where learners can learn by playing. And it has so many different things because it's able to keep learners interested. And it does this by giving them instant rewards, which encourage progress. And it really gives motivation through competition. And I'm sure we all know that within 5 minutes of our lessons, learners are bouncing off the walls. We all know that one child that stares out the window. And we really want to encourage you to think about games-based learning as a way to make your lessons a little bit more interesting when you're teaching. And the great thing about Minecraft is that it actually has some lessons for you already. Now, games-based learning itself is very intimidating because how do you actually implement this in a way that's interesting, fun, and actually getting the work done. Because I know that a lot of people think that you're just playing and there's nothing educational about it. So here I've got the why, the try, the parents, the time, and the progress as kind of a guideline on how to actually implement games-based learning in your classroom. So the first thing that we need to think about is, why have you decided to use a game in your classroom, and why did you choose the specific game? So in our case, we chose Minecraft to do our AI literacy world because the kids are able to go through it, interact with the NPCs. They're able to take information from the world and actually do real life research with it. And we were able to really implement it in a fun way where they are still learning. The next thing is the try. And this step is incredibly important because you need to know how the game works yourself. And you need to make sure that you know what's going to happen with the kids. It gets a bit difficult when, you know, a child puts up their hand and says, ma'am or sir, the game is doing this, why is it doing it? And when you haven't tried it yourself, it can make it very hard to implement. So when we were creating the computer sciences world, obviously we did testing, and true to my style, I made a mistake and the whole world was just covered with all these bars and all of that kind of stuff, and I freaked out, and it turns out I typed in something wrong. Now, if that had happened to a teacher who we gave this resource to, and we weren't able to tell you how to fix it, you know, it makes things a lot more complicated. We then have the parents, and as a teacher or an educator or even someone in the admin, you all will know that education becomes a lot easier when you have the support of the parents. And when you don't have parent support, things get incredibly challenging. So here we really try to encourage the parents to see the benefit of games-based learning. And one thing that I think is important to point out is games-based learning is different to gamification, right? Gamification is having game-like elements in a lesson. So this would be if you're doing a maths lesson and you're giving out points to groups, or if you're, you know, giving rewards or those kinds of things. That's gamification. Games-based learning is actually learning through going through the game where there are learning components. So for example, in our AI literacy world, we have really focused on comprehension skills and the literacy in it because of how challenging South Africa is finding literacy and comprehension. I'm sure you can also all agree that children really struggle with comprehension. So we've pushed that in our map, and through game-based learning, they are practically learning comprehension by playing. And I think that's important for the parents to understand, is that we're not doing it just because we got bored of teaching and we want to do it just to tick it off the box or anything. We actually are learning in a fun way. The next important thing is the time. How long will it take you as a teacher to go through it? How long will it take the learners? And how does it fit into your lesson? So what we've done in our worlds, and I can talk about this because obviously we made it in a lesson way, is we've made the lesson itself be an hour and a half, and that's got your introduction and your conclusion, as we teachers know that we have to include in our lesson plans, you know, flashback to university times. We've kind of planned that to be an hour and a half, but your standard lesson's about an hour. So the map itself will take an hour to do. But the way we've also done it is that you can split the map into pieces to fit better with your lessons. You can do it as a consolidation exercise, or even as a whole class activity, or whatever you would like. The next thing we have is the progress. And I would say this is more beneficial for you because you're able to see how it assists learners differently from your traditional method. So here you would make note of the progress that they've done from before they started the game, during the game, after the game. And you can really just for yourself see how beneficial it is. So I want to go through Minecraft specifically as a learning tool because I mean, that's kind of my job. So the first thing I want us to have a look at is, here we go, is games-based learning, and Minecraft specifically, really help with a learner's creativity and their imagination. Now, depending on your lesson, I'm actually working with a school where they want the learners to build and design a component of their world. This opens up their creativity and their imagination, because there are endless possibilities. I mean, you can build with lava, you can build with water. If you want, you can put dolphins. And depending on your lesson, it really, really pushes their creativity and their imagination, which is so important in today's society, because children aren't relying enough on their own brains, to put it very, very simply. So a game-based learning activity really helps with the creativity and the imagination of your students. We then have critical thinking and problem solving. So obviously different games can be designed in different ways. So you can have your challenges where it could just be, you know, a mental maths test in 1 minute where they get a prize. It could be puzzles or riddles. And these kinds of activities really allow your child to think critically. So for example, in our cybersecurity world, they're given different options of how to make a password strong enough to help protect you from, you know, hackers and online criminals. And they have to be able to look at different passwords, look at the components of the password, and decide which one would be best suited for that part. It also really helps your learners to plan ahead. So for example, if they're doing a build challenge, they need to actually plan how they're going to do it. How, if they're building an animal, how are they going to start? Are they going to start with the head, the tail? What elements are they going to use to build it? All of those things. And it also really helps with their adaptation skills. So I was an esports coach for a Minecraft education sports team. And one of the things I really pushed was adaptation. How do you adapt to the environment around you? So if they were hiding, they could use hiding behind the trees, or they knew that they had to get on higher ground to get, you know, better effects with sword fighting. So we can really see that Minecraft in particular, but other games as well, really foster critical thinking and problem solving skills, which is so important for learners now and in their future, because that's what their job market will be looking for. Whoops, sorry, wrong way. We then have our collaboration and teamwork. So Minecraft has a wonderful feature called multiplayer mode, where children can join their own, they can start up a world and they can join worlds with their friends. And this is done in multiplayer mode. And this really helps with learner collaboration. So let's say we are doing a history project and they're learning about Marie Curie and her invention of, you know, the X-ray, and you can give them each a topic. So someone needs to go around and take pictures and write down what's happening. Someone needs to design, you know, everything that she did, you know, and those kinds of things. And it really helps learners cooperate and helps with our leadership skills. And it does it in a way where they don't feel like they are having to compete with each other in a hostile way. It's a collaborative, work together kind of thing. And once again, I use this quite a lot in my esports when I was doing that, where we had our archer who would do our long distance, we had our shielder who'd stay on point and make sure everything was working, and so forth. It also really helps with our STEM learning. And as I mentioned before, a lot of the lessons on Minecraft education are already created for you. So you can see that it says that it integrates science, technology, engineering, and maths. And something that's very interesting, if you had to take in your technology and your maths, is, I'm sure you all know about Bitcoin. Someone has taken Minecraft and done a whole lot of coding and integrating technology, and they're able to get 6 cents of Bitcoin every hour without them doing anything. So them actually using the game makes them money. But on an educational level, I'm sure you saw on one of the slides, it you know, had a bit of a coding reference. There's actually, besides coding activities, there's science labs, there's physics, there's chemistry, there's social sciences, history, English, and it, like it was saying earlier, there's no, you know, there's no barrier to what you can do in it. And it really, like STEM learning does, it fosters them to think in a different way from a traditional method. So for example, my nephew is just learning, and he's 6. He's just started learning that if you take hydrogen and oxygen, it makes water, and he learned that in Minecraft at a full 6 years old. And it's really, really incredible. It's helping with his reading and his spelling. So it really, really does help with our STEM learning and all of that. The lessons are also customizable. So you as a teacher are able to tailor your own lessons. You're able to make it a flexible platform. And if you continue with Minecraft education, you do actually get your own lesson templates, which you can create. And that makes it really useful because some of the lessons, you know, it's not exactly what you're teaching in your class, or it might be from a different curriculum, but you're able to take it and customize it to your needs and the needs of your students. As I mentioned before, it teaches coding and digital literacy, which is incredibly important for the future of our learners. So as Vivian mentioned earlier, it uses block-based coding and Python coding. So that's how I learned how to code. Was I started with block-based coding because coding is not my forte, and I managed to make chickens fall out of the sky. As random as it sounds, it really did help me learn a bit of the coding. And the digital literacy is incredibly important because, I mean, there's internet everywhere, and learners need, and us actually, need to figure out how to exist in this world of technology in a way that is not harmful to ourselves or others. And Minecraft education is a great way to learn that. We have our environmental awareness. So like Vivian mentioned, we did a computer science map where we focused on anti-rhino poaching methods. And for example, the learners have to code a camera where the camera is a certain height above them, and they can go look at the camera and see where the poachers are. They can code fences going up, or they can code how many rhinos in an area. And the way we designed it would be so that it's actually reflecting how AI is used in the real world for anti-rhino poaching efforts. And that's not the only thing that is on Minecraft education for environmental awareness. So as you can see, it says it simulates different kinds of ecosystems. So you get forest, you get desert, you get swamp, all of those kinds of things your learners are able to actually open and access. There's a number of sustainability challenges and climate change scenarios, and it helps learners deal with real world issues in a practical way that they wouldn't be able to do with traditional learning. It helps with spatial awareness and geometry skills, and I feel like this is pretty self-explanatory considering everything is built out of cubes. Yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time on that, but it really does help with their shapes and measurements. And for example, like it needs to be 3 blocks wide and 5 blocks high. And you know, if they're building a pyramid, they need to figure out how many blocks are at the bottom for it to work at the top. And then, of course, engagement and motivation. I think one of the hardest things as a teacher is knowing that no one liked your lesson and that the kids don't like you. I mean, we all can live with the fact that 1 or 2, but if we had to hear learners saying that, oh, we have to go to Miss Osmond's class again, I think it stings a bit. So to make it a fun and educational tool that's motivating as well, I think it's, you know, pretty much a lot of bonus points. And as you can see, it says it assists learners who struggle with traditional methods. So one of the incredible things that Minecraft education has is called Immersive Reader. And this highlights the words and reads them out to the learner as they're reading the paragraph or whatever information. But they're also able to kind of highlight over the word and go over and play it again. And it can give them definitions or alternative words to help them with their literacy, which is super exciting. And my personal favorite, as someone who's taught e-learning for a couple of years now, and seeing how learners and people just in general interact with the internet and being online, is that Minecraft Education is a safe and secure learning environment. It is controlled, it's teacher managed, you'll have your own classroom rules. So for example, in my classroom when I was teaching computer sciences, was if I catch you on a website that I haven't approved, you don't get computers for the rest of the term. And it's a pretty harsh boundary, but the extent of which things can happen online is very serious. And I think Minecraft Education as a safe space for learners is incredibly important. And on Minecraft Education, you have to be of the same domain. So for us, it would be RGB. So if we're not on RGB's email address, you can't join the same world, which stops people who are unwanted from joining the world, which I think is just fantastic because, well, I don't think I need to go into too much depth of the dangers of being online. There are also privacy settings that you can set and assessment tools, which are really, really useful for, marking and ensuring everyone is safe and secure. So what we've done as the SCADCO AI skills team is we've now mentioned our worlds quite a lot. And I know Vivian has shown you our little website. So here, obviously, we're chatting mostly about the AI literacy room. And here, as Vivian mentioned, you get your lesson plan, your lesson guide, your walkthrough. We've even done a teaching resource for you and a space for you to download the world. So here is an example of the teacher's guide. And we did this in a specific way of in that not every teacher is going to know how to play Minecraft. It's still fairly new in education. So we wanted to make it as easy for you to integrate as possible. So this document is very in-depth. It will literally say, this is what's going to be said by the non-player character, an NPC, and this is how it's going to respond, and this is the correct answer, and this is the buttons your learners need to click. It's almost like those like plumbing for dummies or the internet for dummies. It's kind of like one of those guides. Not saying that anyone who uses this is a dummy, of course, but it's just a very basic breakdown of each part. We then have our lesson template or a lesson plan, and as most people here are teachers, I think. We all know we need to have our objective, our materials, our introduction, and it also just makes it a lot simpler for the people who are using these resources to know exactly what is needed for their lessons. And our classroom resource. Our classroom resource is a simple PowerPoint that has talking notes already in it, and that can be used in your lesson to prepare the learners for what's coming. So in the AI Minecraft literacy room, it will discuss what AI is, what prompting is, how to prompt correctly. And we've just tried to make it as easy for you as an educator to adopt into your classroom. So as you saw, there was the walkthrough, and the walkthrough is literally, we have Ryan's voice. I don't know if he's in on the call. We have Ryan talking you through the world. So it'll start at the beginning and he'll say, walk this way, click this button. This is how you need to do it. So that you can do the try. You see what I did there? You can do the try part of your lesson with actual assistance without, any of us being there. But we are happy for the next little while to assist if you need help with implementing the worlds into your classroom. And you're always welcome to pop us an email if you are interested in these resources and you'd like some more information. So here's our information. If you scan that QR code, it will take you straight to our aiskillsnavigator.online website, where you can see everything that's super cool that we're doing.
How's the bingo going? How's the bingo call card going? Thumbs up?
Please continue, Paige. You can finalize.
There we go. How is your bingo scorecard going? Starting to look good.
Vivian, you are unmuted. We can hear you. Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to thank Paige very much for that. Paige, we've just got to watch our time. We're just trying to keep everybody on time. So on the inclusive education, without further ado, Paige has got some amazing tools to share, and also just check your bingo cards as we go along. Thank you so much, Paige.
Right, I'll try and make this quick, even though it's a very big topic, but let's go quickly. So I added in this definition because one of the strangest things is people really struggle to define inclusive education. So when I say inclusive education, this is what I'm talking about. Is that inclusive education is an educational approach that ensures all students, regardless of their abilities, backgrounds, or disabilities, learn together in the same classrooms. It promotes equal access to quality education by removing barriers and providing necessary accommodation support to support diverse learning needs. And as teachers, we know that that is very different and it's very difficult. And the key thing here that we need to remember is that students need differentiation. So understandably, that is a very terrifying thing because many of us work in classrooms where there are 40 to 60 kids, and how on earth do you change a whole curriculum for a child? And it's not necessarily that difficult. It's generally just seeing where the learner needs help and just helping them in that little way. A little step will go very far, and you don't have to do these elaborate changes to your lessons. It's just figure out what the learner needs and how can you reach that in even the simplest way, right? Here we've got how can technology be used? We can use assistive technologies, learning platforms, interactive and multimedia content, collaboration tools, personalized learning, VR or AR, gamification. Remember, that's different to games-based learning. We can use it for professional development and games-based learning. So I want to give you just a few examples before we move on. Games-based learning, like I mentioned, Minecraft Education has immersive reader. We have assistive technologies, which I'll get into a bit more later, like reading coach or speech coach. Personalized learning. One of the really interesting things is you can just change the color of your writing, which will help your children who might be dyslexic, or even using virtual reality to teach learners. So we have something going on called Zola, where you can actually interact with a robot using virtual reality and all those other really cool things. There we go. So here I'm just going to quickly go through our Microsoft accelerators. And these things are very cool. So here we've got Microsoft Reflect. And as we know, something that is coming very much into our classrooms is mental health issues. And Microsoft Reflect is amazing at this because it helps educators and students build emotional awareness, helps them with the connection, and it gives them a positive learning environment. And we can very simply just log into this, get a quick view of how our learners are doing, address what needs to be addressed, and then move on. And you can see here it says that you can use it in OneNote or in Teams, which are both amazing Microsoft tools. And I'll be happy to share this document pack with you where you'll be able to see a little bit more information on how you can use it. We have Microsoft Translate, where I think it's still only working on English, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll check it and then pop it into the chat. But it's basically exactly what it says. It's a Microsoft tool used for translation, which really helps in especially our South African context where we have 11 languages and one teacher. And I'm sure many of you are very capable of speaking in more than one South African language, but I am personally not gifted with that skill. And this would be very useful for me in the classroom. We then we have Reading Coach, and I really like Reading Coach, where it's almost like immersive reader, which I mentioned before, and it helps the learner practice reading real time, and it will help the learner. It's almost like they're speaking to a teacher who can mark them, but they can practice it before they get to class. And you're able to upload readings or AI readings or downloaded readings, or you can even access the library on there for your students to access. So it helps with their reading fluency and their literacy skills through personalized and engaging practice, which is amazing when you're in those big classrooms, because it is very difficult to give your children one-on-one attention. So in inclusive education, this really helps, especially when your learners are struggling. We have Office Lens, which is a scanning app, which is also just useful when we're going through all of our documents and our marking. We have Searcher Coach, and like I mentioned earlier, the internet is almost a very big, bad, scary place, and this just helps students develop strong information literacy skills. So identifying if something is AI or not, or if it's a safe document to download, and you can get that in Teams. Live captions, always very useful, especially when watching YouTube videos, or when you're just, maybe you're doing an online lesson and your learner's just a little bit too quiet in responding. Live captions are super useful. Or even now, if I was presenting to you and you couldn't hear me clearly, or maybe I spoke with a strange accent, I'd be able to play this for you with live captions. I hope you can all hear me, and that I wouldn't have had to have used live captions for this. So I'm just hoping you all did hear me. Immersive reader, I've touched on quite a bit, so I'm not going to dwell on it too long. It's basically here to improve your comprehension and accessibility for all ages and all abilities. Like I said, you can put up your own content. Here you can see, if you look in the little corner, it says that it highlights your nouns, your verbs, your adjectives, explains things, and it just goes really in depth for helping learners understand the content that they're reading. Speech to text dictate, once again, as an inclusive education tool, this really helps when you have your learners who are better at speaking their minds than writing it down. I'm sure we all know about scribes and all of that, where we write down for the learners to speak just because it's easier, and all of that. And as you can see, it helps with punctuation, and you can change the languages, which is all super duper incredible in our very diverse context. And then we just have Speaker Coach, which is very similar to Reading Coach, where your learners speak to the AI tool, so Speaker Coach, and it will mark them in real time and give them suggestions. So it will say, you scored 56% because you said these words wrong, and you spoke too loud here, too quiet here, and you said too many times. And the learner, I nearly said after that, and the learner will be able to go and just keep practicing until they're more comfortable with the passage that they're reading. So I hope that kind of gives you an overview of how you could use inclusive education and the Microsoft tools to assist you. And I mean, if you're interested, you're welcome. My email was on one of the previous slides, and I will be sharing this with you. So we'll be happy to, just get a hold of us, and we'll be able to help you where we can. Thank you, Vivian.
Sure, great. Thank you so much, Paige. I know this is a passion project for you as well, talking about inclusive education. So if anybody does want us to carry on the conversation, I did put our email addresses in the chat as well. It's quite simple. It's vivian@scatco.co.za, Paige with a G @scatco.co.za, or aiskills@scatco.co.za. So it is in the chat, and we will stick it in there again. And yes, these slides are available. We'll share it with Dr. Chetty and his team, and they can then share it out with the audience. Yes.
I see that Miss Pumza has asked that we carry on just discussing it. If anyone has any questions that they want to pop into the chat, I'll be happy to try help out as as much as I can. Microsoft accelerators for our teachers. So what I'll do is, for now, I'll just share the document into the chat. And we'll also be sharing a link with you for all the different types. This was just a drop in the ocean of all the amazing things that Microsoft has done. So I'll definitely share that for you with the website. I'm not sure about a workshop on it though. Vivian,
we can
take
yeah.
that?
So obviously you know, the workshop on all the Microsoft accelerator tools, as we continue with these boot camps, and Dr. Chetty and team, I'm keeping fingers crossed that we potentially could fit in an hour and a half session around the accelerator tools, where we actually show people how they work, if possible. But if you want us to come to your school to come and do this, obviously in Gauteng we can travel. If you want to do an online session, if you're in a different province, we can do that as well. So we are able to schedule that. We as part of the Microsoft AI project, we're hoping to get an extension for the next 6 months. As you can imagine, big corporates work in financial years, and Microsoft's financial year comes to an end, but we will continue these projects. Comes to an end now at the end of June. So we will continue these projects. So please reach out to me. We are more than happy to see what we can do. You know, we can do an hour online session and take you through something like Reading Coach. But there are really amazing online tools. And maybe if I can just, Paige, will you just put the link in for Microsoft Learn quickly?
Sure.
In the chat as well. So Microsoft has this amazing site called Microsoft Learn. And inside of Microsoft Learn, there's an educator center. And in this educator center, if you click on the drop down, it will take you through all of the products. Yes, there's instructor, which is teacher materials, there's professional development, and then there's product guides. So the product guides on all of these tools that we've spoken about, and I know Immersive Reader came up quite a bit now. With Immersive Reader, there's videos, it tells you what it's going to do, there's research and case studies, and where is it available, and you know, it's just amazing what Immersive Reader can do, and it sits inside your Microsoft applications, all right, and especially for the reading. And then obviously you've got different learning paths. If you're working in the special needs space, Microsoft has a massive collaboration and partnership with dyslexia.com. So there's a lot of information around, you know, for special needs. And the reading fluency, like I mentioned, we've had SACE accredited. If you want to host a workshop, and yes, unfortunately, these workshops do come at costs to be able to get the SACE accreditations. That's unfortunately how SACE works. We have to be able to prove to them that we've hosted a workshop, we have the attendance register, and the teachers have walked away with a certificate of completion. For that specific workshop, and those workshops do come at cost. So that is stuff that we can discuss outside of these boot camps. It's a different kind of professional development that our company does as well, where we work with teachers, departments, we work with maths departments, you know, English departments and that kind of stuff, or we work with a group of teachers together. And then Microsoft has an amazing program for schools that they can join in on, and for teachers. It's called the Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert Program. Now, currently the submissions are open. And what this program is obviously for teachers that are using the Microsoft tools regular in the classroom, and you then go and nominate yourself, and you share how you are using these tools. And yes, Microsoft has an approval process through this. It's currently running obviously from the 9th of May to the 31st of July this year that you can do your submission. So if you're a teacher that feels that you are using Microsoft tools in really creative ways in the classroom, go and try this. Paige, if you can maybe just stick this part of the URL in the chat as well. Go and try this out and have a look, see what it is about. One of the things I would like to mention, Dr. Chetty, and then I'm not hijacking your stage. Microsoft, when I say we're a Microsoft partner, so the broader Microsoft team are hosting on the 17th of June a Microsoft Virtual Edu Day as well. And you're going to be hearing from people like myself and Paige again, as well as other teachers from Africa around how they are using the tools in the education space. So, Paige, I don't know if you've got access to the invite, if you maybe just want to pop that in the chat, but we will put it in the chat after, and we will share it with Dr. Chetty and them. If any of you are on the basic education WhatsApp groups, you would have received it from me already. But please go and register. It is for the 17th of June, and it is an afternoon session, so hopefully it'll be after school. And just come and hear from teachers that are using these tools on a daily basis. It's all good and well you sitting and listening to a partner, talking about these programs, but these are teachers that have used it and have refined the use of those tools in the classroom. And I don't know if you want us to chat a little bit longer, then Richard, Dr. Chetty, are we still good for time?
Hi, Vivian.
Yes,
it's
are you
me
back,
in
Prof?
the driving seat?
Right.
Yes, you can go until 11:15 because this is an important information for teachers. We would like them to go out of this session with more information that can help them. You can go until 11:15. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Dr.
So
Makatukuno, if I may come in, maybe if Vivian and Paige can demonstrate just one that they feel educators need the most from the Microsoft product. I think teachers want the look and feel. That demonstration and that you go here, for especially think of a teacher who has never been, so techno savvy. This is where you go for Microsoft. This is how you get the app. This is what you do for maybe immersive reader or translator or that. That will be appreciated. Thank you very much.
I think immersive reader is probably the easiest to do quickly. Yes.
Sorry, Vivian. Just to add, there is Jacobeth, who's a teacher from a deaf school. Also, maybe if you can dwell much more on the learners with special education needs. Thank you.
Okay, that's quite okay. Let's see what we can do. So let me share my screen if you don't mind, Vivian. Is that fine? Great. So I'm hoping this is going to work the way I want it to.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
So I'm just going to share with you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so as you can see, I've got a team open here, and I'm using a specific team that we've done specifically for demonstrating things. So this is kind of what your educator team would look like. It's very different, obviously, if you're using a company team. So that's why I'm saying if you've got an education license, this is what it will look like. And it's got all of these fun things that we can, play around with. I mean, here's Microsoft Reflect right here for you to learn. Load faster, please. Yeah, there we go. Where you can just play around and it even shows you the trends, how you can do different brain breaks, which is incredibly important for inclusive education, especially now that studies have been done showing that the attention span of people in general, but also learners, have shortened quite a lot. And my sister actually did a short one on, I'm sure you know the TV show called Cocomelon, where she's in animation, she specialized, and she said that by them changing the background the way they'd done, especially in younger children, it has led to ADHD tendencies. So not ADHD, but the same kind of things that you'll see with ADHD. So these are all things that can just really ground your learners when they're excited. Maybe they've just had a civvies day, or maybe they've, something exciting happened, or maybe something's happened at home and they're a little bit boisterous on that day because they don't know what to do with their feelings. This would be a great way to help, but I got a bit sidetracked there. So let me, so here you can see your assignments, and this is more where you'll find your reading progress. Please carry on. Come on. Of course, everything is slow right now. And as you can see, it will give you all your tips that you need. So how you can use Copilot, how to personalize your reading, which once again, in the South African context is very, very important. Improving reading fluency. And some of the very interesting things with this one, especially for teachers, and I guess your admin staff, I saw someone here was doing a shout out to admin staff. So shout out to admin staff, where this can actually help you mark or get through your paperwork really, really well. And so that's all here. But what I wanted to show you is you can go to create. Let's go to our learning accelerators, and let's do reading progress, because reading progress is very similar to immersive reader. There we go. Come on. There we go. So here you can see that besides the very cute animation, you can import your own Word or PDF. So let's say you've done your own creative writing piece, because teachers do have lives outside of school, and maybe that's your hobby, and you can put it in and your learners can read it. Here we've got AI inside of the AI, where you can generate a reading passage, and you can generate it to your specific learners. So if you happen to have the class that's a little bit that struggle a little bit with reading, you can put it in. Say, I have my class of this many learners. They enjoy these topics. I personally love to do that when I'm teaching, is try to address what the kids like. I find it helps them learn a little bit easier. So dinosaurs, majority of the class like dinosaurs, and they have a reading level of 4. I don't know. It will generate it for you, or you can even go through the simple or the library, which is all very, very exciting. So let's just dabble in this one. So here you can see your arts. Let's do history. I like history. We want it nice and short. There's our ages, and it's generating for us, which is great. And it does shorten our lesson prep time by, a lot. And you can obviously make it simpler and all regenerate. You can make it more complex, however you want, depending on whatever you need. And then let's see if I can quickly show you Immersive Reader before our time runs out. Give me 2 seconds to try get that for you. I don't know if anyone has anything they want to say just while I'm doing that, or if I would love to actually hear what the deaf school would like to know a little bit more about. I see here there is a question about an ebook on the platform. I'm sure that you can. It does give you a place to upload it.
Yeah, you can upload the link of the ebook. It depends on if the ebook is downloadable. That's important to remember. And if it's sitting in this in Snaplify, there's a way that you can integrate Snaplify into Teams and then pull from that integration into your assignment, your lesson. We've just not done it before, but I know that it can be done.
Okay. Do we have anything else? Any other questions that we can quickly address?
We have interactive smart boards in our classroom and would like to learn how to use our boards efficiently. Do you assist with this training as well? So we would need to, is it a smart board or is it Clever Touch? Is it that's my question, because obviously there's different people that we can interact with. If it is a smart board, we will put you in touch with the Smartboard people. There are some amazing trainers. I'm unfortunately no longer one of their master trainers. I think I did that in the early 2000s when they came to South Africa. I was one of their master trainers, and it's changed quite a bit. So Amir, we will. If you can just email us, I have again put our email addresses in the chat. Just email us and we will try and get you in contact with the right people to be able to assist you. Thanks for the information. Okay, so lots of people asking for slides and stuff. Like we said, we will share it with the UNISA team, and then they will share it out to the rest, because we don't have access to everybody's email addresses. Nate, training on IQ software. IQ software. Sorry, Stephen, if you maybe want to come off mute. I see you from the Gauteng Province Education Department. Sure. So and thank you very, very much for everybody. I just want to reiterate again, your Microsoft licensing that the provincial departments of education have purchased needs to be distributed by them to your schools. You would need to make an application, and one of the people did say in the chat there, it has to be an official process. So either your principal or your ICT person within your school or your cluster would need to help you with that process. Please just follow the protocols within your provinces to get information from your education departments. I think that's really important. The GDE IT help desk, I mean, I just Googled that and it came up. But I also know from previous experience when I worked at Microsoft and doing teacher professional development for a lot of public schools, they were the people we went to. So that they were the department that we went to, and they then assisted the schools. And I'm really sorry for the school that's been waiting since October last year. The only thing I can say is just reach out again. The sad part is we're not allowed to intervene directly as a partner to say, oh, I'm working with the school and they need licensing. It has to come from the school to request it. But importantly, always request the licensing for all your staff within your schools, your admin staff, your teaching staff, as well as if you have a computer lab, those students that are coming into that computer lab have to be licensed individually. And the student license is free. It's not something that the department is paying for. It's actually a free bundle of licenses that they have for the students. So that's really important to remember, that when you request licensing, please request it as part of your as part of the licensing for your school. One important thing to remember, that if you have a school and your current email address is Vivian@whatever primary school, that will change. It will change, for instance, to gdeschools.gov.za. Or I know for a fact in the Northern Cape, it will change to NC schools, ncschools.gov.za.
Can I now interrupt you? Can you kindly maybe type all the information on the chat, please?
Sure.
Thank you, colleagues.
But thank you very much,
and Paige, for
and
their
thank
presentations.
Just thank you for participating in the bingo. I hope there's somebody that can shout bingo for us. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause, colleagues, and let's show them some love. Thank you. Colleagues, before we take a break, I'll give over to Richard and David. We have a competition and activity there. Richard and David, over to you. We'll take the competition and then we break After the break, we'll announce the winners, and then we start with Prof. Mphahlele and Dr. Gavenda's presentations. Over to you, gentlemen. My wish is that at least by 11:30 we break. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. So yes, we've got another activity for you. As mentioned, we'll give away or show the names of who's the winners just after the break for activity 1 and 2. We do have another one a bit later on as well, so stay online for that one. So this one is very easy. Just share on social media the hashtag UNISA Future Minds Bootcamp, and take a screenshot, upload it to the link that we provided in the chat. If you're on YouTube, you can use the link that's on the screen at the moment. So remember just that it's case sensitive. So remember that B should be uppercase if you're going to type it in. But for everybody here in the chat, we have posted the link. So please just share on social media and then upload a screenshot, and we will select the best one through AI of who earns this nice branded lunch bag that you can use for when you're going to school to take your lunch. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Prof. Mphahlele, would you like to come before break? I learn you are pressed of time. Prof. Mphahlele?
No, after break is fine.
After break, okay.
I'm not really pressed. I was just worried that we were supposed to present at 11.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, let's take a break and come back at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Richard and David, over to you to announce the winners. You have 5 minutes to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I'll just quickly to stop the clock here. Okay, so yes, we got quite a few responses for the activity 2 as well. I'm just quickly checking the names here. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that one. So let's put here honorable mention as well. Okay, so for the first one.
Sorry, Richard, your screen is not showing. Okay, now it's showing. Thanks.
Okay. So for activity 1, we had 2 giveaways. So this one was the question that you had to answer. Briefly explain how you think AI can transform the teaching and learning environment in South African schools. So very contextualized to our specific context. So for this one, we've got 2 winners, Mardulate and Sepishele. So your names are actually on the screen at the moment. Congratulations for being the best. Just quickly want to just change here something for the second one. So yeah, your responses were very contextualized. You really, can I say, captured, how this is actually, relevant to us as how can I say, in South Africa. I just quickly want to change here something. And then for, how can I say, and I just want to also highlight, so as mentioned, we did use AI to select the winners. So you can actually see my prompt here, quite long. We actually added responses. We gave some context as well, say specifically what they need to return. And the AI basically shows us the winners, and you can see the winners listed, how can I say, here at the bottom. Now, the same with the second question. So this one was a hashtag that you needed to create, where you actually had to post on social media. I must say, some of them are very creative. I was actually very impressed with what was created. I just want to see if I can quickly get the name here. There we go. For the second winner. And the second winner, just to make it look nice for you guys, that side. And the second winner was Hopalong, Mofokeng. We've actually got your file name and everything, and you actually posted it on social media with some screenshots. So that's very good, how can I say, marketing from your side. So thank you very much for sharing it, and you will be receiving the cooler bag. So thank you everybody for participating. As we mentioned, there's still another one coming up, so please stay tuned after the workshops that we're going to have now for your last chance to win some earbuds. And yes, so I'm giving away already what the prize is, and it's, like I said, Bluetooth earbuds. So please, yeah, stay tuned to participate in that activity. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Richard. Colleagues, let us congratulate all the winners. Let us show them some love. Thank you so much. On that note, we are taking a presentation by Dr. S. Gavenda and Professor S. Mpahlele, using AI to enhance pedagogy, lesson plans, and student support. Prof. Mpahlele and Dr. Gavenda, you have a full hour. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. P. And thank you so much to the organizers of this session. And I just want to highlight that Dr. Kavenda won't be able to be with us. Actually, when I was communicating earlier with Richard, it was based on that. I just thought maybe you might have thought we're gonna take 30 minutes, and now that she's not around, you might think I'm going to use only 30 minutes. So the presentation is for both of us, myself and Dr. Kavenda, and she sends her apology. And yeah. Good morning, colleagues. I believe, it's good day already, and I believe everyone is warm. I'm very cold, it's freezing in my office. The aircon is not working. I wish I took a heater when I left home. But anyway, I hope my voice is not shaking because of coldness. Before I start with the topic of today, I just want to share with colleagues quickly, because I don't know if when the hour comes, I will be able to come back to what I'm sharing now, especially maybe looking at the fact that we have our DBE officials in here. This is mainly for you, even if it's also for teachers. There was a time myself and Richard, we were brainstorming the virtual laboratories because it was a topic that we wanted to introduce this year for our teachers. Actually, we have introduced it in one of our projects. So we did a quick research on the virtual laboratories. Why I'm saying I want to bring this to the DBE specifically is that it's unfortunate that schools that have access to virtual laboratories are schools that are already having laboratories, like physical laboratories, and schools in rural areas like Limpopo, Eastern Cape. Some of them, they don't even know there's something called a virtual laboratory, wherein if they have a subject like physical science, chemistry, biology, and even other subjects, they can leverage on these virtual laboratories because they don't have physical laboratories. So we did a quick research on them. Here is just the 5 that we were focusing on, but there are more. And I'm just requesting colleagues to say, go and maybe look at other virtual labs and conduct some research and see which ones you'd like your schools to use, especially those which are accessible. Because for us, we were looking at the one that is accessible. As you can see, the column that talks about, what's the name? The column that talks about free access. There are those that have got free access like PHET and also Lab Exchange. So others, even though they give you a trial, but immediately they will want you to buy. And also my main focus was the LMS integration, because we are encouraging our teachers to say, create online classrooms where you can be doing what we call high flex, meaning you are hybrid, you are also flexible. Even if you are physical in the classroom with your learners, you can be able to have an online platform where they still do quizzes, they still respond to maybe group chats while you are there physically in class. So it's hybrid and it's also flexible. So we looked at those virtual laboratories which have got a potential to be integrated into a learning management system. I chose a Lab Exchange, which I'm going to just share with you quickly now. Even though Lab Exchange, you can integrate with the learning management system, the good thing about it, it has got part of learning management system with it. So I'm going to quickly share. And another thing which drew my attention to Lab Exchange is the fact that it adopted our curriculum in South Africa, which is CAPS. So this is Lab Exchange. If you want to exploit, you just type Lab Exchange. It's a lab with X and change. So you will see that it is accessible. All you need to do is just to put in your login details to create login credentials, and then you will be good to go. And like I say, I liked the fact that it incorporates CAPS in it, and you can have subjects like life science, physical science, and for the different grades. However, it's not only that. When you go to its library, you will see that it has got a whole lot of subject areas. You can have biology, health sciences, global health, educator skills. They are a lot. It's not limiting us to only science and chemistry or biology, and it even has mathematics. So what I like most about it is that you can create a classroom in it. And when you create a classroom, you are able to use the simulations that are already there. You can even repurpose them to your context, and then your learners, they get a good knowledge of some things that they didn't have access to, because we don't have physical laboratories, and you can even record your own experiments in this platform, and then you link them to your classrooms. I'm not going to take you through how to create a classroom because it might need a time, but I just want to show you when you want to go and create. You just click on the tab that says My Classes, and then when you click there, you will see you can create a class. Already I had created one class for practice when I was showing the teachers, and I created 2 classes. So one thing that is good is that you can create more than one class. You can create maybe classes for your different grades, and the free one, it allows you to register, I think up to about 300 learners. So if your learners are more than that, you can create another class, and then you ensure that you accommodate your learners, and you are able to create content where it says My Content. This is where you create your own content. You are welcome to make it private. You are welcome to share it with the world. And as you share your content, you will remember that as educators, we need to start knowing how to create what we call open educational resources. The resources that are accessible, which you can remix, which you can repurpose. You can do whatever you want with it, as long as you understand what the license is saying to you. So I think, Dr. Chetty, in some of the presentations, we need to incorporate the open educational resources, because those resources, I think, are valuable for teachers, and they can also be able to share theirs, where other people can learn from what they are doing. So when you create content, you are able to link the content with the class that you have created, and you are able to assign. So as you can see, you are also able to communicate with your students, something like which looks like a forum where you can communicate with your students. So I'm going to pause this one of virtual classroom. It's just something I needed to share with you, to say a virtual laboratory, they are not only for experiments. You can create a classroom for any subject you want. And then if you are a science teacher, or maybe a geography teacher, that's when you can leverage on the simulations that are in the lab, and then you link them with your content. But I found this one, Lab Exchange, to be meeting all the requirements that a South African teacher requires. All right. So coming to today's presentation, I was even tempted to say maybe we can have questions, but I will welcome questions in the chat if you are willing to ask some questions. So you can post them in the chat if you have questions about the virtual lab, and then I think Mr. Wright will also assist me in answering them. the focus of our presentation, myself and Dr. Govender, is using AI to enhance pedagogy, lesson plans, and student support. So coming to this, I just want us to start looking at the AI's impact on education. So far, if you even ask someone about the impact, they might tell you the negative impact, because majority of people, they are just scared about AI. If you listen to people when you start introducing the word AI in a conversation, you will hear that they are really mixed feelings. There are those people who are very open to the use of AI, and there are people who have reservations, and we don't blame them. I just want to maybe ask our colleagues a question. Back then, majority of us, when we were still young, we were using firewood to cook. We didn't have electricity. When third industrial revolution was introduced, Dr. Chetty spoke about the different revolutions, and he also alluded to the fact that some of us, we are still stuck in the third industrial revolution, while the world is already cruising in the fourth industrial revolution. So back then, we would use firewood, we use paraffin stoves. We didn't really have a choice of using electricity. Nowadays, we have electricity. Can we now say cooking with electricity is not a good thing? We rather stay with cooking using firewood and other things that we were using, and paraffin stoves. Because for me, moving towards using AI is not different to other moves that we had before. Majority of us nowadays, we've got washing machines in our homes. Can you really say, I'm not gonna use a washing machine because it might seem unethical? I just want to use my hands. Some of our colleagues, maybe, I don't know, I'm just assuming that maybe some of the married couples, you might find your husband saying, don't wash my shirts with a machine. I want you to wash with your hands because I married you with my father's cows. That's what I married you to do. So is there a difference if you washed with a washing machine and if you washed with your hands? And then putting such analogies is just to say to you, when we think of AI, like the manner in which majority of us, we are saying people are going to be lazy. Are we lazy now that we are using washing machines? Are we lazy now that we're no longer using an iron that we put on the stove and then we check it like this to say, is it hot? Are we lazy? We're not lazy. It's just that we're finding time to do other things that we were unable to do. We are able to accomplish a lot of things that we wouldn't. Some of us, you are a mother, you are a wife, you have kids to look after, and you are also studying, you are also working. If you don't leverage on things like AI, how are you gonna accomplish all these roles? So for me, artificial intelligence is transforming how we teach and how we learn in the space of education. And we're moving from automating repetitive tasks, and then we are now delivering personalized learning experiences. When I was still working at the Department of Education, I was in the Inclusion and Special Schools unit, where we would encourage teachers to say, some learners who are experiencing barriers to learning, they will need individualized learning support plans. It was difficult because the teacher would say, how will I do individualized plans for 40 learners or for more than 50 learners that are in the class? But if you are using AI, it will be easy, because you can just prompt AI to say, help me to design a lesson for Madume. Madume is experiencing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Today, I want to teach them this lesson, but from this lesson, I want Madume to be catered for, because Madume is maybe of low vision, and Madume is unable to comprehend text. Madume needs pictures. AI will help you in no time. You can be able to develop individualized learning support plans for various learners in your class, and all of them, they will be learning the same topic. Because AI is already woven into the fabric of modern education. It has got a potential to make teaching more effective, more efficient, and to help our learners reach their full potential. At the University of South Africa, we have a colleague by the name of Jessica Nell. Jessica Nell is teaching us how to create your own GPTs. Isn't it? We have ChatGPT, which is already programmed by someone else. So if you get a license for ChatGPT, you are able to create your own GPT. Meaning, what I'm saying to you right now, if you want to create personalized learning paths for your different learners, you can now create your own GPTs where you are prompting your own GPT to say, design specific lessons for these learners, design specific assessments that will cater for these learners. But we need to also know that for us to truly harness AI potential, we need to rethink how we approach teaching. Our pedagogical innovation isn't about using new tools. It's about reimagining our roles as educators. The tools will come every day. Since we have known about ChatGPT, how many generative AIs have come into space, wherein we've seen even a clash between the one from China. And I believe, if I want to see if people are listening, can I see who can name that one on the chat for us to see if you also following the trends of these AIs. So there are a lot, and they will be introduced on daily basis. So for you is to reimagine your role, rethink your lesson design, embrace more personalized and data-driven approaches to meet every learner's needs. Because otherwise, everyone will come and say, there's this new one, and you just go with the flow. There's this new tool, you go with the flow. So let's know what is it that we want as educators. And then even when they introduce a new tool, we are able to interrogate that tool to say, is this tool going to help me address or accommodate my learners' learning styles? If not, why should I go with it? So we will be able to assess and evaluate these tools when we receive them. So another question that we need to ask ourselves is this: what is AI in education? Because AI have been there in other spaces, and it has been used, like in aviation, it has been there, in medicine, it has been there, in education. That's when it started to gain momentum recently. So what is it? For me, I can say, let's start with the basics when we want to define AI. Because firstly, we need to know that it involves creating computer systems that can think and learn. They learn like humans. Unfortunately, they learn at a very fast pace. We can't even catch them. I remember when I started to use ChatGPT a few years ago, I would ask it about research because I'm a researcher. And then it will say to me, sorry, I'm a language learning model. I know nothing about research. And sometimes if you ask it about things that happened in 2020 or things that happens in 2019, it will tell you that I started working in this year and I don't know what happened prior when I was programmed. But nowadays it can tell you things of the past because it learns. As we use it, as we prompt it, and then it learns. And because it goes into the databases, it collects the information for it to learn what we need from it. And I ask ourselves, as teachers, actually, we were supposed to be similar to AI generative tools, because the way they are not lazy to learn. I'm not saying we are lazy to learn. I'm just saying the way as teachers we are expected to be sources of knowledge. And one of the roles of educators is that we need to be lifelong learners. Are we? Are we lifelong learners, teachers? Or, yeah, but those who are here in this platform today, I think they are lifelong learners. And then we don't know about other millions out there who are not here. So in education, it means technology to understand learners' needs, to adapt to their abilities, and to provide real-time support. So I just want us to quickly bring also these concepts that you are seeing on the screen to say, when you define AI in education, you cannot leave out intelligent tutoring system. And when I talk of intelligence tutoring system, I'm going to paste in the chat quickly some of the resources that you can go and explore, which you will see when we say tutoring, intelligent tutoring system, what we talk about. A Dreambox and a Smart Sparrow is one of the examples of tutoring, intelligence tutoring system. And in our university, we also have a colleague who do lots of research in ITS, is Dr. Janu. If you Google him, Janu Niki, you will see some of his publications. He writes a lot about ITS. And these ITS are like personal AI tutors, isn't it? Our learners, when they struggle, we sometimes say, we advise parents to say, can you get a tutor, maybe someone who can teach the child on weekends or after school. So this system, it provides step-by-step guidance and how students can answer the questions, and they also are able to adjust to each learner's pace. They give them targeted support when they need it. I'm not saying do not recommend our human tutors, but our human tutors, maybe they can also learn a lot when they use this ITS. Because also when you are a tutor, you need to come to the level of the child that you are supporting. Already this child is experiencing barriers to learning, and the child is given to you for support. Are you able to support that learner, giving a targeted support or not? And when we look into adaptive learning, these are the platforms that will analyze how students engage with content. One example that we have is on our Teams classroom. So I believe majority of us, I just want to go to the Teams platform quickly. I'm sorry, colleagues, because I want to demonstrate most of the time what I am telling you. So majority of you, if you have Microsoft 365, the full version that the department has paid for you, you will be able to create a Teams classroom. So when you create a Teams classroom, when you are on Teams, you need to be able to see these icons where I am. Maybe let me do this. You need to be able to see these icons. And then if your Teams version is not the paid one, you might see only 3 or 4 icons. You won't see all of them here. And if you are a UNISA student as well, you need to use your My Life email address to log in into Microsoft 365. However, the challenge we are having, Professor Maganu, is that this is a fight I've been fighting since I was in the early childhood education, to say we require our IT specialists to give us, to give students, especially the students that are in education who are doing practicals or teaching practice. They should be given access to create classrooms, because our students are restricted to create a classroom on Teams. When they click on this button, join or create, if they click join or create, when you click create Teams, when they see these templates, they will not find this template class. The only templates they will find are these ones, the professional learning development, the staff, and the other. So this template of a classroom is totally different to the other teams that we create. So is of importance. And I'm also appealing to the GDE officials to say, please check the Teams version that the teachers are having, if it has got option for them to create classrooms. I've seen in some workshops I do with teachers, some of them, they are unable to create classrooms. So once you have created a classroom, I'm just going to go to one of the classrooms I have created, maybe this one. When you are in the classroom, it has got these icons here where you are able to do classworks with your learners, assignments, and then you are able to see the grades if they are performing or they are not performing. But one thing I wanted to bring to your attention is the adaptive learning. In this, when you create a classwork, you have an option of creating a reading. When you create, I just want to create an assignment. Yeah, I think that one I'll get on there when I create an assignment. When you create an assignment, when you click on create assignment, you'll see this option, which is called learning accelerators. On the learning accelerators is a platform where learners who wants to learn reading or who wants to learn maths, or and they are able to even gauge their speaking progress if they want to become a good public speakers. So go and explore these activities here in the Teams classroom. With this one of a reading progress, they even get a reading tutor is embedded inside, and that is the power of AI, is AI powered. Also with this one of maths progress, they are able to get maths activities. They are in different levels. So this is what we call adaptive learning, which is AI powered. So go and explore them. Like I say, I can't go deep in each because of time. And then we also have predictive analytics. With predictive analytics, that's where AI is able to analyze the patterns of your students' performance, and it can predict which learners might be at risk of failing. I know in Gauteng Department of Education, there used to be the forms that are completed towards September for learners who are seen to be struggling, who might be retained in the class. I don't know if those forms are still there, because they were called GDE 450 forms, and there was a form where parents should come and sign to say this learner will be retained. And the manner in which those learners were identified, at times it wasn't even fair, because some learners is because they were naughty, maybe a teacher will feel like this one must be retained, maybe it should serve as a punishment so that this learner starts to focus. But now when you are using AI, you are able to be fair to most of these learners, and you are able to even come up with proactive interventions. For us back then, you would select these learners. Yes, they will be retained in the grade, and you were expected to design that proactive interventions, but were they working? All of us really were being fair in developing those interventions, because some of us, we were just writing for the sake of ticking a box. So With regards to content generation, we know we've got our generative AI. They can create content. And while I'm still having time, I just want to quickly share with you when you use Microsoft forms to create your quizzes, because you are able to use what we call a quick import. So I want to show you how you can use ChatGPT, integrating it with Microsoft Forms to create the quizzes that will be very quick, and they will be tailored to your curriculum standards or specific learning objectives, and it will save you time. So now, I'm asking one of you to just post in the chat maybe the lesson that you might want to assess, where you might want us to create a quick quiz. Just post in the chat what you want us to create a quick quiz for, and you can even maybe write an outcome that you want to achieve at the end. And thank you, colleague, for sharing that the forms in your district have been replaced by Triple D. Maybe I just want to also highlight that for me, Triple D, I know is a dashboard, and then it needs us to input information in it so that now when it's in the dashboard gets to analyze it. If, for example, we want to see how many pregnant learners, if we didn't input the information into the SASEMs, we will not have information on the Triple D. So I believe the department will move towards a system where you have learning management systems, and the learning management systems are linked with the SASEMs. And when the SASEMs harvest the information from the learning management systems, it goes into the dashboard. Just like at UNISA, we are using Moodle, which we call it My Modules. So as our students are doing assessments and are doing submissions in My Moodle, it is linked to our assignments and examination systems, and we have a Power BI dashboard. And I believe Triple D is also powered by Power BI, and then we can generate the information to see how many of our students have submitted. And that's why we will also know how many students sit for exam, but how many did not submit, or how many submitted. Fine. Bridget, is what you want to understanding of hormones for grade 7? Okay. So I'm copying the information you have given me, and then I'm going to bring the screen of ChatGPT quickly. So I believe some of you are familiar with ChatGPT, and then where it says ask anything, this is where you're going to put your prompt. So I'm pasting Bridget understanding of hormones, but I'm going to start requesting ChatGPT, because me and ChatGPT are like husband and wife. And it's my wife number 2, I believe, because I'm a polygamist when it comes to this AI tools. So I'm saying to it, help me design a quiz for understanding of hormones. And then I'm saying the options should include answers. The options should include answers, and they should be in ACAN format. Those of us who don't know what ACAN format is, we will see it, and is the format that it is accepted by mostly Moodle platform. So this is the ACAN format, where it gives you a question, it gives options, and it gives the answer below, and it says answer is B or answer C. But when it says answer B or C, it just gives double colon, and then it gives the letter which represent the correct answer. But now, when you are going to take these questions into Moodle, you'll have to change this word answer. It should be in caps lock. And then for Moodle as well, this numbering is not required. Let's see if our Microsoft Forms, it will take them. So here are the questions. What you do, you just go into copy them, and then you paste them on a Word document. I'm going to open a Microsoft Word document. So have you, actually we should have looked at our clocks and see how many seconds or how many minutes did it take for a ChatGPT to create those questions. And these questions are how many? 7, 8, 9, 10. How long does it take a teacher to create 10 multiple choice questions where you're putting a question, the options? Remember, when you put options also, you have to think of the distractors. I want to distract them so that the answer is not obvious. You have to page through the textbook or the study guide or whatever source that you are using. How long does it take you? It goes back to what I said when I started to say, should we still use firewood to cook while I can just boil water quickly and have a pap prepared? So I'm just going to save this one quickly on my computer so that I show you. Okay, let me just put it on my downloads. I'm saving it as quiz questions. There we are. But after it has generated the questions, as a teacher, it's your responsibility now, where you go through the questions and see if indeed all of them, they are addressing your outcomes. You cannot just copy them and paste them and take them. So now it's your responsibility to go and check them out to say, are they really the questions I want to ask? And if not, you go back, you prompt it again to say, or if you feel there are other questions that it should have included, you go back, you tell ChatGPT to refine the questions, and it will refine. For example, let me show you something quickly. You can say to ChatGPT, can you include only high order thinking questions? And then you do that, and then it will revise your questions. And as you can see now, the questions, even the options changed a little bit. There's no more like one weight. They show that now they will need your learners to creatively think and read. So you are able to do that. So that is the power of AI. And I don't know, I should have asked when I started to say how many of you are against the use of AI. So once you have, you are satisfied with the questions, you have saved them on Microsoft Word. When you get to Microsoft Forms, you are going to create a quiz. You come here where it says quick import. You click on quick import, and then you are now going to upload from a device. And if you look here, before, let me cancel this one. Let me bring this one to our attention. If you look at this one, let me do this. Okay. You can see that it says select a Word or PDF file from your local device. So your questions, you can save them as PDF before you bring them here. All right. So now you click, and then I saved that in the downloads. Then I click on it, and then I want it to enable the automatic grading. As you can see here, colleagues, it means that it will automatically grade. So if you want it to be a survey, you'll choose the one that says form. But if you want it to be a quiz, you choose the second one, and then it starts converting. when you use Microsoft Forms, and then it is done, and then you can start to review your questions. There they are, and already it ticked the correct answers for you. Meaning, if I can give you this link right now and say, do this quiz, we will see what will happen. Let me just quickly do this, and I'm going to say anyone. I shorten the link, I copy the link. Okay, sorry, I was too fast. When you want to share the link now with your learners, depending on where you want to share it, maybe on the WhatsApp group that you have submitted or to the parents, or maybe you want to share it in the online classroom that you have created. You will come here, collect responses, and then you can create a QR code if you want to. You click here, you create a QR code, then you share the QR code with the learners. The good thing about the QR code is that you can print a few, you can put it there, your learners can scan with their cell phones. Or if you have email addresses of your learners, of which sometimes I believe it won't be possible to many because your learners will be so many in the class. I believe the issue of QR code will work fine, and you can shorten the URL and then you copy it. You can share it with your learners in the WhatsApp groups. So now I'm pasting the link in the chat quickly. I will want some of you to start doing the quiz so that I show you how quick the response also will be to the students. You don't have to now go and sit and mark with a red pen, putting question marks for your learners. They get a quick feedback. Some of you can volunteer to do those quick questions while I continue with our presentation. So we also have chatbots. When you want to understand what is AI in education, we have chatbots, we have virtual assistants. Here at UNISA, we have a chatbot that is called Lwazi. I believe in education, there used to be a chatbot that is called Pepper. I don't know if it is still there. And those chatbots, we can have virtual ones because Lwazi is a physical chatbot that you can see, you can communicate with, but online, you can't see her, but you still talk to Lwazi, just like ChatGPT. If they want to have a chatbot that they build, they call it ChatGPT, they can put it there, we see, but virtually we communicate with a chatbot. Okay, I see some people, they love this. That's the power of AI. So let me see if we have some of our colleagues who have done. Already I see people have responded. 3 of us have responded. So what I want to show you now with this one is this. Already you get analysis of the results of your learners. When I was still a teacher, we didn't have this. I had to take my mark sheet and now analyze and start checking how many failed, how many are in the middle, how many passed. But this one, it analyzes in seconds. If you can see the time that I used to create this and the time that is done for the student to even get feedback. You see now, network sometimes it has. So already it shows how many of your students got it wrong, got it right. It even gives you the analysis of your assessment. So as you are busy responding, you see it changes. So each question, you are able to see how your students have responded to each question. And then if you want to see individual responses, you are able to do that, and you are able to go on more details, because if your students, if these are, you were my students, and then your names will appear there, and I will see so and so didn't get this one right, so and so, and then I can see even the answers that they gave. Isn't it awesome? Okay, but I'll leave that to you, colleagues. Let me not be biased. So when we enhance pedagogy with AI, is for us to use this adaptive teaching, and then we use data-informed teaching strategies. What you just saw now is a good example of data-informed teaching strategies, because already it gives you a glimpse of how many students are struggling and who are those students, and you are able to now assist them. So when we do what we call needs analysis, is it needs analysis? And also checking the prior knowledge of our learners. When you do that, you can use this kind of quizzes to check the prior knowledge of your learners before you even teach. And already you can see how many are struggling when it comes to this topic, and then you can start on the right foot. Unlike you coming in thinking that all your learners maybe don't know, or all your learners are on the same level. So when you do adaptive teaching, it helps you to address each of your learners' needs in real time. And like you just saw on that quiz, to say you are able to see Madume is struggling with this, and then you go and offer a simple explanation or additional practice. So I already explained the data-informed teaching strategies. And when we say AI-assisted feedback, you are able to create feedback together with your quiz, especially when you are using platforms like Moodle. You are able to create that personalized feedback when your students are getting the results of the quiz. They automatically get feedback to say, this one, you should have done it this way instead of the way you did it. As you are creating a quiz, you incorporate. I'm looking at the time. I was tempted to go into the Moodle platform, but I think it can be something of another day, because I didn't log in yet on my...
until 12:45, Prof. Mpatlele. I've
Okay.
typed on the chat. We can take
Okay.
it to 12:45.
Thank you so much for that. If we still have time, I'll go to the Moodle quizzes to show you how you put that personalized feedback, which can go to your students. All right. So AI can also help us with a powered lesson planning. Hey, colleagues, this one I know you're going to love it. And most of the teachers who attend our workshops already, they know about this one, because I work with Mr. B, and he also show you how you can create your lessons. And allow me to just quickly go into Microsoft Copilot. This is a powerful tool that can assist you. So I'm going to ask again one of you to just put a topic in the chat which you want us to ask Copilot to design a lesson for us. First come, first serve.
Prof. Mpatlele, can I come in? Can I interrupt you? Sorry for that. Please take Mamane's one. She says, I need help on designing a lesson plan and selecting the work for them using a ChatGPT example, mathematics, geometric patterns. I thought you may not see it. Please take that one. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, actually, I didn't see it. Thank you for that. Mathematics, geometric patterns. Okay. So I'm telling, so I'm going to go into ChatGPT as well, but now let's start with Copilot, and we will even compare to say, are they on the same WhatsApp group or not? Okay. Colleagues, do you see when I prompt, I'm asking it to help me. Sometimes I'm even telling the AI tool to suggest, so that it is what it does is not final. I'm still going to help me design a lesson plan. It's a lesson plan for which grade, Mamani?
I think Mamani is in the foundation phase. Maybe she may not be able to talk because they are muted.
Maybe she can just write in the chat. I'm just going to say for grade 2 on geometric patterns. And then we go. There is the lesson. Are we on our timer? How many seconds the lesson was created? So this is the lesson. It is guiding you to say, this will be geometric patterns, grade 2, duration 45 minutes. These are the objectives. You can have your learning objectives there, the materials that are needed. So now for you as a teacher, you will check all these materials. Will I need all of them? Or should I select some? Because this is sort of a guide to you. And you'll hear how it talks to you. It says, begin with a fun question. You might not want to begin with a fun question. You might want to begin with a serious question, but it gave you something to say, start here. And what I like also, it gives you duration for every section of your lesson. Like here, you won't take more than 10 minutes. Here you take 10 minutes up until your 45 minutes. And this is something as teachers we're lacking. You go to class, sometimes you might find yourself, you did introduction the whole period because your work is not structured according to time. So quickly, let me just take this same prompt and then I go to ChatGPT. Before I go to ChatGPT, because this is a grade 2 lesson, let's ask Copilot to translate this lesson into an African language. Kindly translate this lesson into Tsonga language. There we are. I know it might not be pure Tsonga, then that's where you come in as a Tsonga teacher to double check, verify, and ensure that everything is in order. And for the very same lesson, you are able to ask ChatGPT to give you pictures, I mean, Copilot to give you pictures where you need pictures, to give you maybe tables where you need tables. Whatever it is, you just continue prompting it to improve. Even if you want the lesson, you can say, kindly make this lesson in a tabular form. You might want it in a table form because that's how we are used to our lessons to be. Then it creates a table for you in no time. Okay, I took the same prompt. Let's go to ChatGPT. Let me do a new chat and then I put it there. Then it creates a lesson. There are objectives, there is an introduction. It also say ask a question. Maybe let's do this and see, let's compare. Where is the one of Copilot? There we are. Let's check the one of English. So the objectives, they are slightly different. Here we've got 4 objectives. The other one says recognize, describe, extend, create. We have only create, which is the same as this one. So sometimes when you use different tools, you see you are able to compare and you can maybe combine whatever that you feel is good from both sides. And then here with the introduction, it said, start with a fun question. Have you ever seen a pattern in your clothes? Here the question is, who has seen pattern in clothes, walls, or nature? What did they look like? So you just choose whichever one that you feel it sounds much better. So sometimes it's good to be a polygamist, just like me. Marry many wives. This wife will give you more. This one will give you less. And then you compare. Okay. So we were showing the content generation part, but it also covered the time saving. You could see those lessons were designed in a few seconds. You could even translate in a few seconds. You do whatever you want in few seconds, and then you can align with your learning outcomes. It gave us the learning objectives, which is good. And if you feel those learning objectives are not what you want to address, that's where you come in, you change them. So you're working with it. It is not working for you. So how do we support our students using AI? We have those platforms that can assist students with tutoring and homework. You remember earlier on, I showed you the ITS. However, on Microsoft, we do have, let me just go to Microsoft Edge again. I just want to remove this quickly. When you are on Microsoft Edge, you can look for something called Math Solver. I believe maths teachers might be familiar with. A math solver, it helps in answering math questions. For me, it does what we say here, tutoring and homework. It tutors, and then it also it can assist with homeworks. Anyone, maths teacher, please put a maths problem in the chat so that we check if Math Solver can be able to solve it for us. So you can go and explore it if you haven't before. And I believe those who attended some of Microsoft sessions we had before, they saw how the Math Solver works. So you put some equations in there, and then it solves them for you. And what is good about Math Solver is that it also gives you options to watch videos, options to do familiar equations related to the question you ask. It don't just do the homework for the child. It can give the response to the question the child have asked, but it will also give other options related to that question, and it will project some videos for the child to see step by step how the problem was solved. Okay, let's continue because I see I didn't get any equation in the chat, but please explore it on your site. And then I talked about the predictive analysis where you can be able to see if your students are already struggling. In the DBE schools, I know we have an option where in the SSMs, we put in the attendance registers. And I know this because I once researched using the DDD, where you are able to see your learners who were being absent, even the teachers who have been absent. You can see even the teachers who have not covered the syllabus yet. So with that information, my question to the DBE is, are you able to predict risks, or are you generalizing, or are you assuming by just looking at that? So you can use the predictive analysis AI systems to input that data, and then it will assist you, because there could be people who are not coming to school every day, but it doesn't mean they will not pass at the end of the year. And it doesn't mean they might not be productive. Maybe when they are at home, they find a good space to learn on their own. So that is why research is important. As researchers, we don't promote assumptions. You need to conduct research. That's why in research, at times you interview people, you do observations, you gather the documents, you analyze the documents, and then that is where you are able to come to conclusions to say, based on the documents I'm having, the observations I made, and as well as my communication with this person, now I can conclude that this learner will not pass at the end of the year. Okay, and then we have AI for inclusivity. And even in our Microsoft Word, we have that for inclusivity. Let me quickly just showcase some of the ones that we have in the Microsoft Word. In the Microsoft Word, if we have students who maybe might struggle, I just want to be on a new page here. There are students who, when maybe they write or they type information, they become very slow. They struggle to maybe think faster. But if they talk, their ideas, they can come in quickly. I know majority of you know about this products, but you might not know that they can be used to include some of the learners that are experiencing barriers to learning. I know in schools, especially in high school, we have what we call special concessions, where you'll find that a learner will get a scribe. So the learner will just dictate his work or her work, and the scribe will write. What if there are times where we can't get scribes? So it means this is going to assist us. So you're going to open Microsoft Word, and the invigilator maybe can be there if the invigilator is not a scribe. And then because scribes, I believe they are being trained. And then if the learner must write exams and there is no trained scribe who can come and scribe for the learner, then the learner can just click on dictate. And as the learner will be dictating, Microsoft Word will be typing for the learner, and we don't have worries that we don't have a scribe for the learner for that day, because I don't know what would happen if the learner didn't have a scribe and is exam day, because you can't postpone exam. Or maybe you were just gonna grab someone who is not qualified to be a scribe to just scribe for that learner. So as you can see, when I'm talking, it is busy typing. And you are able to dictate for it to say full stop, and it will put a full stop. Sometimes, okay, it didn't get my, then where you want a comma, you will say a word and you say comma, and then it goes. Maybe because I'm just talking fast, it is not taking my instructions properly. But now, again, if we just have those learners, when the very same learner, remember, when he or she is writing a homework, this learner will experience the same challenge. To say writing for themselves is a challenge. And I get worried sometimes. I even ask myself, these learners that we do special concessions for exams, what happens during the course of the year? Because during the course of the year, they write classworks, assignments, tests. That scribe is not there, but the scribe comes only during exams. Are we not missing a point somewhere? Okay. Such learners, my advice is they can use the scribes. I'm going to stop dictating. And then this is where you can take this work, you copy it, and then you go to ChatGPT, you ask it to paraphrase. Okay. Let me make it bigger. Then this is where you can now ask ChatGPT to say a paraphrase or rephrase. Okay, can rephrase. Rephrase for better readability, because you can see it was not readable. Then I paste, and then ChatGPT will fix it so that now it has got commas, it has got full stops, and it is readable. We have those learners who struggle to read, and if they are struggling to read and you give them a worksheet, what happens to them? Then they can go on that document, they click on review, and then they click on read aloud. Then it will read aloud for them. Earlier on, Vivian and okay. I think you might not be able to hear it because I didn't put the sound on. Vivian and her colleague earlier on, they talked about immersive reader. With immersive reader, it assists students when now they have searched for maybe information on the internet, maybe they are using Google or they are using Microsoft Edge, they can use immersive reader to select certain text, to translate it so that they can understand it, to make the immersive reader to read it back to them. That is, I believe you still recall what our colleagues said about immersive reader. So immersive reader is one of the AI tools that we can use for inclusivity. I am encouraging our teachers to start leveraging on online classrooms and to use the learning management systems such as Moodle to create those online classrooms where you can post your homeworks, you can post the videos, you can post other content material in that classroom while you still go and stand in front of your learners. And they have access also to the platform. Why am I encouraging that? Is because those platforms like Moodle, it is good when it comes to inclusivity. As you put content, you are able to check accessibility. You have an option to check for accessibility. And I believe also on Microsoft Word, we have that. It's just that because I didn't prepare it prior, I might struggle to get where it is there it is. Just when you are on a review, you can highlight the information and you check if it will be accessible, and then it will give you feedback if indeed it will be accessible. Like if you have too many pictures, you have links, it will warn you that maybe students with visual impairment might not be able to access your work. So I'm wrapping up, Dr. P, with the benefits of using AI. Already, I think I mentioned them in the past there to say you can personalize. I talked about addressing different learning styles of our learners, and also it can enhance learner engagement. Imagine when you give learners quizzes like that one I gave to you, and you are there in class, you come with that quiz, you put what's name, you put a QR code, they bring their smartphones, they scan the QR code, they get feedback immediately. You are even able to gamify it where you're saying who so and so now is the winner, and then they win something. You credit them something, you award them something. So it will encourage engagement and participation. And your time, colleagues, remember we used to sit and use a pen to write lesson plans for the whole month. You go, you want to create teaching and learning activities. We don't even have laboratories, but here we have virtual laboratories where you just prepare a simulation with seconds. And most importantly, we've got a data-driven insights for us to improve our work. We can't just assume that this learner is going to fail simply because they are not coming to school. In the last minute, I just want to say to you, although I showed you all the advantages and all the good things that AI can do in education, it does not mean that there are no challenges. There are challenges, and we need to also have some considerations. Sorry about that. I just wanted to quickly mention the issue of data privacy, to say our colleague earlier said when you use Microsoft, you know your data is in South Africa. But when you use ChatGPT, you don't know where your data goes and what your data does, because data is very expensive and data can be used for many different reasons. And remember also, these systems can be biased. So hence, you should be there always to double check and evaluate. And we are still needing the teacher training, and let's thank Prof. Maganu and the UNISA management to come up with this initiative of teacher training, because now that challenge is going to be overcome. Lastly, there are future opportunities. So gamification, our colleagues, Bo Vivian, they talked about it, and we have the voice and image-based AI. We can collaborate as teachers from all over the world, and we can be creative. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Wow, let's give Prof. Mpahlele a big round of applause and some love, colleagues. This was a great, great, great presentation. Then, colleagues, can you see now that teachers are the most important individuals in our society? Nothing is as powerful as the human touch in education. AI, colleagues, will never replace you, but when you use it, your teaching is going to be transformational. Thank you very much, Prof. Mpahlele, for your presentation. I will now, colleagues, take Richard and David for the third activity, the competition. Thank you, colleagues. Over to you, Richard and David.
Thank you, Doctor. So yes, it's the final activity. We're gonna be posted in the chat as well. But as mentioned before, you can also type in the URL. Remember, if you're on YouTube and you're gonna type in the URL, it's just the uppercase that you need to abide by. So the CMM should be uppercase. So this one, we just want you to explain how you will use AI to enhance your lesson plans in class. Remember, we've learned a lot today. You saw the power of what it can do. So let's be creative and see how you will be using this. So for this one, we've also got 2 giveaways, and these are the earpods, Bluetooth earpods. So they're very nice to use with your cell phone or even your laptop. And as I say, you can move with them anywhere basically, and listen to music or to meetings, Teams, while you're on the move. So please take some time to think up your response. We'll put it through AI again to get the best response from all that's being submitted. And then at the end, we will say who the 2 winners are. Thank you. Program Director, over to you.
Thank you, Richard. We are now, colleagues, on question and answer session. We'll just take it for 10 minutes. Yes, let's take questions and have some discussions from, okay, let's take it from now until 1 o'clock. I'm opening the session. Richard, you can unmute the participants for them to be able to ask questions. Thank you. I will note hands, colleagues. Richard, can you hold this session for me, please? I have a delivery coming. I'm going to collect it. Can you please run with this question and answer session? I'll be back in a jiffy.
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem. So yes, please raise your hand and we'll allow the microphone for you, and you can ask your questions. I saw a few hands go up, but they went down again. So please, if you've got a question, just raise your hand and we'll enable the microphone and you can ask your question.
Ongezi Ngube.
Ongezi, you can unmute. Nkube? Okay, well, there we go.
Richard, sorry, the mics are on mute, right?
Yes, yeah, I can unmute.
Okay.
Let me just see if there's any other questions. So if you've got a question, you can just unmute on your side and pose your question. Portia, you can go ahead.
So colleagues, you need to unmute. You'll see, you can just unmute yourself and then your microphone will open.
I think Mongezi is ready.
Mongezi, you unmuted, so you can go ahead. While we're waiting for Mongezi, Tabu, you can go ahead as well from your side. Tabu, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Richard. Can you hear?
Yes, yeah, loud and clear. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Mine is, it's not a question, but to ask, are we gonna have this again somewhere, maybe later, sometimes maybe 2 months or a month to come, so that we can also do it more practical and without rushing, using our computers? Is UNISA going to, organize a session where we can come to UNISA with our computers, or if we do it online, whereby we can go step by step, without rushing, so that we can implement some of the ideas in our classes, knowing that we have the tools, downloaded tools, and maybe where we struggle, we can ask questions to help, and can, have different ways of using the tools, and we can implement them in our different schools. Yes, Tabo from North Riding Secondary School. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabu. I'll hand over to Dr. Chitty to respond, to just give you the scope of what we aim for this project.
I think Prof. Makano will answer this one. She's already got the date for the next one. Prof?
Yes, thank you very much, Tabu. And I'm happy that you are here and you've been attending our sessions since in 2023. We are going to have a next session. In my last slide, as I close, I'll be giving the dates for the learners and also the dates for the teachers. And, yeah, just don't exit. And all of you are going to get the links. But I hear from you that you also need a physical engagement. Right now, today we couldn't have a physical engagement because of the graduations. But the next date, which will be 5 July, I think the graduations will be completed. Maybe we can have a hybrid. We'll just talk with our team if we can organize a hybrid. Those who are far, they join online, and those who are near Pretoria, ZK Matthews, they come to campus, and then we work dual for those who couldn't make it physically, and those who are far, they just join online, so that we get that practical engagement. I strongly believe that will benefit us a lot, where the entire team will be going around between, assisting the educators that will be present. So, but we'll just check our program. What is it that is available on the 5th of July? And then we do a dual, because we want to reach the whole country. We don't want Gauteng teachers only, but we want to reach all the teachers in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Prof.
All right, so let me carry on, colleagues. It's David speaking, because I know Richard now is quickly checking with the AI to see who the winners is for the third competition. Khopotso, your hand is up, so you can unmute yourself.
Good day.
Hi, Khopotso, you're loud and clear.
Thank you. I have a question concerning the Microsoft software license. I want to know if, as teachers, can we access it on our personal laptops or gadgets, or is it only allowed for like at school, where we can use where we can access it, because some of our laptops, they are using the older version, so it's not easy to use some of the tools. So I heard you talking about the school being able to get the license for Microsoft software from the Department of Education. So can we also access it for our personal laptop, so that we are able to use the tools at home?
All right, that's a very good question. So once you have a license, so obviously your school then would get the licenses from Microsoft. And once you've got those login details, it'll probably be an email address and a password. You can actually access that on any of your devices, wherever you are, because remember, it's assigned to you. So irrespective of the device, you can use it, just like with UNISA, it's the same scenario, where a lot of colleagues would actually access it on their cell phones, for example. Even though it's not a UNISA issued cell phone, we only actually get laptops, but yes, you can still access it there. So the whole concept, guys, is Microsoft allows you to be mobile, means wherever you are, wherever you got a device that's got internet connection, you can access all the tools that you've got available to you. So you must just check with your school for your username and password. If you've got that, then you are able to access it from wherever you may be. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Pleasure. And please take note, guys, we did post it in the chat as well, the AI Masterclass course that you guys can access for free, where we basically teach you all the different, very basic starting point of using AI. So do give it a crack as well. All right, so the next hand up is Vicky. So Vicky, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much for an incredible morning and afternoon. I just needed to find out, if you are already a Microsoft, an MIE expert, will you receive an email from you guys to re-register for this year? Because I haven't seen any of that information, and I did see that you have already put it onto the website.
Yep, that one. Okay, I'm not sure if it's coming through from our side, because that's Microsoft Education, right? So we'll actually just check with Vivian, and she'll be able to check for you. Do you have her email address?
I did take it down from the chat, so yes, thank you.
Yep. Great. I think Vivian would definitely be able to tell you 100% what's happening with that one.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Pleasure. Next is Monde. Monde Saunders, you can unmute yourself. So one of the tricky things, guys, if you're joining with an unverified, what Microsoft considers unverified user ID profile, then some of the features will be a little bit problematic. Okay, so that's a common problem that we do see with this type of platform. Monde Saunders, can you unmute yourself? Okay, so while you're trying there, then I'll go next to Tundi. Trafina. There we go.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes. My question, or maybe sort of maybe a request, is that for the inclusive education section, I am a teacher at an SID special school. With most of the learners, according to our observation, they dictate, then you apply accommodation and concessions. And then these learners are differently challenged. Then when they are dictating, you need to give an extra time and extra year in order to grab and grasp what they are articulating. Then how about maybe in the next presentations, maybe the inclusive team prepare to empower a lesson or a presentation that empowers SID and MID specialists or teachers to how to apply accommodation and concession, maybe using the AI tools that are conversant with the differently abled learners. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Sandeep. Appreciate the comments. We have noted it. That's quite appreciative. We do have a unit ARC suite that could be able to assist us, definitely with the technologies. Yes, Prof. Mahona, I see you are unmuted.
Yes, I understand where Ma'am Thandi is coming from. Yes, we will request still Paige and Vivian to be more practical, because you were using terms of inclusivity, the SIDs, and also the accommodation for differently, let me say, challenged learners. So we'll request them to be specific, to say, for profound learners, this is what you can do. For moderate, this is what you can do. And for any kind of a disability, we'll just request them to do that. And that can also be possible when we create maybe links. If we are coming physically to UNISA on the 5th of July, we can create different classrooms to say those who are working in special schools go to exam hall 1. And then those who are working in mainstream school go to Senate Hall. And then we create a link for those who couldn't join physically, because we don't want to disadvantage any teacher who is not on campus. Then we say for those who are elsewhere, link number 1 is for special needs classroom, and then link 2 is for mainstream, and then also using different grades also. So I think I understand where you are coming from, so that you can be more direct and gain knowledge after attending. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Prof. Okay, so there we go, guys. Khamalemo, you'll be the last person for today, because I see we're now over 1 o'clock. But you use the chat, because we can respond to you there as well. So please do use the chat still. So Khamalemo, you can unmute yourself. Okay, I see you are unmuted.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. And thank you to all the guest speakers. It was a very informative and wonderful project to be part of it. I'm a district official, and I just want to respond, maybe to add on the latter speaker on special schools, to say, let's be mindful they are not using CAPS document, they're using DCAPS document. Maybe if that can be fused when everything is done, so that they are within the policy of GDE. Now, the second one, it's about join my AI masterclass. I can see I try to join, but it actually wants me to have, it's asking me whether I'm a student or not. So do I have to create an account? And yet I'm not a student, because it's going to request a student number if I'm not mistaken. So how are we going to go about? Maybe in July, maybe we can do this AI masterclass, and then as guests being welcome at the institution, we can be given a shorter version to access it without being sort of excluded, as if we are not part of the institution, but we are part of the project. Thank you so much, and thank you for everything.
That's our pleasure. Thank you so much as well for the comments. Okay, so a quick one with the AI masterclass, right? So the add-off site, when it asks you if you are currently a student or a staff member, you simply just click on no, and then you can create yourself an account there. So it is an open platform, so it means you are able to access it even if you're not a student at all at the institution. Remember,
David?
all adults work is open as well.
David, sorry, can I quickly, that I see
Yes.
a lot of comments also want to know when is the AI masterclass. Prof. Makano will give you the date just now on the 5th of July. On the 5th of July, we will run the masterclass as part of this as well.
There we go, colleagues. So thanks so much for that.
Thank you.
And that's all the questions. I'm going to hand back now to Dr. Pumza.
Okay, thank you, David. I see we have two hands. Okay, Maud, are you able to unmute now?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, now we
Yes,
can. Yes,
please
go for it.
proceed. Yes.
Okay. My question is directed at the Gauteng education official. My question is, can we use scribes in a primary school for the kids that are in the LSE program?
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, do we have any official from GDE in here who can assist? Popolang, are you from GDE? Are you an official?
Oh,
okay.
Khumulemo.
Humulimo, okay. Humulimo, are you able to respond to that? Thank you. Over to you.
On the LCD.
The
I didn't
scribe.
get the question. I didn't get the question properly.
Okay. I think it's
Okay,
two.
let me ask the question again.
Okay, you can come more.
I'm asking, can we use a scribe for the learners that are in the LSE program? Because I find that when we teaching them in the class, they can answer. Yet when they have to write, it's nothing compared to what they actually tell us orally. So my question, can we use scribes for the LSE learners at my school?
I think that question, there was somebody who was speaking about using an AI or using a scriber, or if the child is able to articulate to a certain extent, then when you have clicked on AI, then it can pick up what the learner wants to say and then rephrase. I think it was said about it to say it can rephrase that to the best ability of the learner. So that is when also it was said to say when it is screen or they are given their laptops or if they are given whatever gadgets that the school has, then they can be in a position to do that, unlike using a teacher for concession for the teacher to be part of the scriber for the learner. But with this AI master, then that could actually not completely substitute the educator, but can actually you be an invigilator to see whether the child is able to maneuver and use the tool properly. So maybe that is where you can assist. But again, that's another thing. When you assist, then it will be your question in trying to answer for the learner when we want the learner to answer for herself or himself. So that is why I was saying, when the next project or training comes in, maybe the colleagues can go and sit with the DCAPS policy and check as to how we can that can be navigated in making sure that all of us we are within the parameters of exam policies and GDE policies. We don't find ourselves glued up to AI and we contravene the policy as to what is it that it wants to achieve. That is possible can be used, but with assistance of our DCAPS and CAPS documents. And you as a teacher being there to invigilate, and then the child has a gadget. And I think it's the professor spoke about the volume that you would use, and again it will need a special class, meaning that child won't write with every children, but will have his or her own class where she can sit and, you know, verbalize or whatever, then that can work also. I think I've tried to answer that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mema Shura. Then I'll take the last hand before I give over to Prof for closing. Ashley, it's your turn. Unmute.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to, in the interest of time, just roll up my comment, recommendation, and question all into one. I think it's been a very positive engagement, and it's very nice to see that inclusivity is actually being incorporated into the presentations. I think being a person with a disability who was exposed to an inclusive educational environment in a mainstream school, it's encouraging to see that this is the future that we are going into, because probably my experience was less equitable than if I were in a special schooling environment. But it's definitely, the AI seems to be the equalizer in enhancing that inclusive education environment. And it would be interesting to actually see, and this is my question, if many of the tools that were presented here today, would there be an opportunity or development of offline applications that could be used in a setting where there isn't readily easy access to the internet? Yeah, thank you. That's my question.
Okay, thank you so much, Ashley. And then I will now give over to Prof. Mahano to tell us about the Get Ready for the Future Minds Bootcamp and for closing, Prof. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makatu Kuno. I hope the gurus in technology, Richard Wright, Dr. Chetty, you'll be able to answer Ashley that can we also use these tools offline, especially because the tools are more safe offline. So if we can be able to respond to him on the chat, I would really appreciate that. Or maybe send the question to Vivian, so that we know that it's possible to use them also offline. I just want to express my sincere thanks to the team that I'm working with at UNISA. You know, always when I dream, I know that they understand the dream, and they will also try to figure out. And I want to express my sincere thanks to the ADOF team led by Dr. Chetty, and the team members being Dr. Makatu Kuno, Mr. Wright, Mr. Hapstad, Professor Atlele, Mr. Rampe, the DLAs in the regions, and also colleagues from academia. I cannot mention all their names, but I want to thank them. The Microsoft team, the RGB team, the DBE. I'm happy that Department of Basic Education is here, whether you are from GDE or you are from any other province. I am really excited, and also the answers that you were able to give. Mashuha, we appreciate that you stayed up to the end and responded to your colleagues, because here we are working as a team, since we will be working also with, let me say, all the schools, all types of schools, not discriminating. And also the correctional schools are here. I saw the names, the special schools are here. I want to thank the UNISA academics for here, UNISA support team that is here, the regional directors, the regional support teams, the administrative staff from the colleges and other areas. I want to really thank you. the stakeholders that are holding the future of our children, all the teachers that are here and stayed from 9 o'clock up to now. I really want to thank you and I appreciate you. Shall we applaud ourselves? We managed to come. It's cold, but we managed to come. The presenters also, everybody made it a point that they prepare thoroughly. The winners, the games that were set, Dr. Richard Wright, I know with your team, Dr. Chetin, that they have started those games. We are waiting to see the winners having those flags, the bags, etc. Thank you so much. In closing, I also want to thank our principal and vice chancellor who said, Prof. Mahan, we need a math center. We need a math center. And as I conceptualize, I thought maths alone won't do, but let's think of it in a more broader perspective. And right now, we thought we are touching high school, but we are going right up to grade R and special school. So everybody is going to be on board. Moreover, that is a two-pronged project where we touch the teachers and also the learners. So we are hoping for the best and we are praying that this project will change the face of education in the country and it will lead to creativity. My announcement, our announcement as a team are as follows. On the 16th of June, on Youth Day, we are going to launch AI to the new generation of students. This is an open session. All of you who are here will get the links and we'll put them also on our social media. The learners, please give them, whether in which grade, no problem. It's an open session. I know some will be at the rallies, but those who are interested in artificial intelligence, they will join. Then our lessons for grade 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 are starting on the 21st of June at 9 o'clock. We will have assembly online where all the learners will come in. And then we will have different classes dispersing. The grade 8 into their maths, grade 9 into their maths, grade 10 into their maths. We will hold it for an hour or 45 minutes, grade 10, grade 11, grade 12. All lessons will be recorded, but they will be live again. After that period, the accounting will get into their accounting class. I think accounting will be paired with economics. It will be accounting. After accounting, it will be economics. I don't know how the streams are going now. I left school some years ago. Life sciences, I don't know how you call them. The basic classes, is it natural science? We will keep it for grade 8 and 9, natural science. For grade 10, 11, 12, it will be life science. We'll have the periods like that. Then physical science, agricultural science, economics. So we will have links as periods. So for the first lesson, it will be online. Why? We want to check the numbers. We don't want to rush to the regions. And then when we go to the regions, our regions can only take a limited number of students. Then when we are sure about our numbers of students that have registered for this course, maybe next sessions will say, I think we are ready. A region in Polokwane, you have 10 students. A region in Western Cape, you have 15. A region in just like that, coming from these numbers that we are going to get online. A region in Ekurhuleni, you will have 5 students, etc. And our regional staff will be ready. But there will be one common lesson that will be streamed. In other words, if Professor Shilam Patlele is teaching maths grade 8, it will be streamed across all the regions and all the students who are joining online, and it will be recorded. If Dr. Makatu Kuno is teaching physical science, grade 11. It will be here across the country. And those who are in the regions or physically there, they will be supporting. If at all that day we have physical session. I hope this one is clear. And if you're not clear, you'll raise your hand, then I will clarify. Then the Teams links will be sent to all who are here, and DB officials, you will get them. We work with Dr. Motene and Tate Tlhabane. Those who have been having meetings with them from March, because we can't do it without their blessing. We have a tentative letter that has permitted us to touch your schools. We are working on a memorandum of understanding. So Dr. Motene will receive this. But if you are in this platform, you're going to get the link. Social media will put our links. UNISA regional offices, you'll get the links. Maybe you'll create even the posters and the QR code for people just to get the QR code and join on those days when we'll be meeting our learners. Learners is 21 June. 16 June is just an open session where we launch. 21 is lessons. It's a normal school day. I know that your learners are going to school physically on Saturday and Sunday, but here it will be per interest. And those who are going to your schools physically on Saturdays, they will watch the YouTube, because all the lessons will be recorded and we'll be able to see how many downloaded our YouTubes. Then for teachers, the 5th of July, Dr. Chetty and team, if the graduations are over by that date, it will be a hybrid, both physical and online, here at UNISA Mokolnek campus. And those who can't come, they will join online. And for different classes, if we say special needs class, then they will go to exam hall 1. We create their link. Then for other AI, I think here it's general. It's going to be general unless if the science teachers demand their own separate class, the languages, the social sciences, but this is general knowledge of AI. But the special needs, I do understand that you will need a specialized form of maybe adaptation and how the inclusivity part will be handled. And the practical part, I think we'll have more time. We won't knock off at 1, but we'll try to knock a bit late. I think that is it, colleagues. If there is any other thing, I will see by means of you raising a hand. Mabu, I'm not sure if you want some clarity. You probably mistakenly raising your hand. Yes, Mabu. Okay, colleagues, we are very happy, and let's applaud ourselves. This is a day well spent. I also learned a lot. Yes, thank you very much. The recordings, where will they find them? Richard Wright and Dr. Chetty, where will they find the recordings?
We are planning to create a separate site on the Adolf learning management system, which will be dedicated to the Future Minds project, and we will send instructions on how all the people that attended today can enroll and access all the recordings, all the presentations on the site itself.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, let's call it a day. It's 1:24.
Thanks, Prof. Before we close, Prof, if we could just get Richard to announce the last set of winners. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. So we at the last one. So for activity 3, we had quite a lot of responses. But congratulations to Vusi and Annegret Boyson for being the top results chosen by the AI. I actually just also want to do an honorable mention to, let's just quickly see his name, Mr. Dube. You actually came in 3rd place. Yeah, but you already also had a prize for another one, but all very, very good responses. So congratulations to Lucy and Annegret. We will be in touch with you to send through the prizes. So please have a look out for email. We'll just request your delivery addresses. We will send it from the UNISA mailbox. Thank you. Program Director, over to you.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we can close now. Prof has closed already, actually. What, do you have a burning issue that you wouldn't leave this meeting without being responded to? Oh, I think he's gone. Colleagues, thank you. Thank you very much. Prof has closed already. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye,
guys.
everyone.
Yes, bye.
Bye.